Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I've been in this farmhouse my whole life, so nights out here usually feel familiar, almost comforting. You learn to tune out the usual creaks in the old wood, the distant lowing of cattle, and the soft chirping that drifts in through the windows. But that evening in early May, something put me on edge. It started as I was going through my usual end-of-day routine. My parents were visiting my sister 2 counties over, leaving me alone to manage the property for the week. The solitude never bothered me before. I'd spent countless nights by myself in this house. But tonight felt different somehow. The living room lamp clicked off, leaving the space a lot darker than I remembered. The silence pressed in around me, heavy and expectant. I headed to the front windows for my final pass just to be sure everything was locked up tight. The farm spread out before me, bathed in pale moonlight that cast long shadows across the fields. Our cattle were dark shapes in the distance, most of them lying down for the night. I nearly convinced myself I was being paranoid when a faint glow caught my eye outside. At first, I thought I was imagining it. 2 spots of light hovered near the tree line, too high off the ground to be a stray cat or a fox. I blinked hard, squinting into the darkness. The spots remained, unmoving, fixed in place like twin stars fallen to earth. I took off my glasses, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. But they were gone. My brain scrambled to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe fireflies caught in a gust of wind, or a reflection of the moon on broken glass. Still, I made certain to lock every door and window before heading upstairs, my heart thumping a little harder than I'd care to admit. The floorboards protested beneath my weight as I climbed the stairs. Each room I passed seemed darker than usual, the shadows deeper, more substantial somehow. When I finally reached my bedroom, I closed the door firmly behind me, something I rarely did. The night air felt unusually still, almost stagnant. Despite the open window, no breeze stirred the curtains. I didn't sleep well. Every sound from outside seemed amplified. Branches scraping against the siding, the distant call of an owl, the soft rustling of leaves. Each noise jolted me from the edge of sleep, leaving me staring wide-eyed at the ceiling, ears straining for something I couldn't name. Dawn arrived too fast, and I was already dragging myself out of bed to tend the animals. The morning light failed to dispel the unease that had settled over me during the night. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away the fatigue that clung to me like a second skin. I hopped into my boots, stepped outside, and got hit with a stale, humid smell floating on the morning breeze. It felt wrong somehow, but I shoved that aside and focused on chores. The grass was wet with dew, soaking the hems of my jeans as I trudged toward the barn. My first stop was the barn. The horses were fine, just a bit restless. They shifted nervously in their stalls, ears flicking back and forth. When I approached with their feed, they snorted and shied away, eyes rolling. I'd never seen them so agitated. "Easy, easy," I murmured, holding out my hand. "What's got you all worked up this morning?" The real shock came when I checked on the cows. There were fewer than yesterday. I counted at least twice, but it didn't add up. 28 yesterday, 26 today, 2 missing. Maybe I miscounted before, or maybe some had wandered off. That's when I noticed the fence. What used to be a sturdy section was torn and sagging, like something big and strong had barreled right through it. Splintered wood jutted at weird angles. Barbed wire, which had been tightly strung just yesterday, hung in loose coils. I leaned in for a closer look and saw footprints in the dirt. They were strange, almost a hybrid shape, part hoof, part something else entirely. Too large for a deer, too misshapen for a bear. My family's taught me all about local wildlife, yet these tracks didn't match anything I'd seen or heard about. The uneasy feeling I'd had the night before started creeping back, settling in the pit of my stomach like a cold stone. I knelt down, examining the prints more closely. They were deep, as if whatever made them carried significant weight. And there was something else. A faint, sour odor hung in the air around the damaged fence, reminiscent of spoiled meat. I checked the rest of the property, finding no other clues, so I tried to move on, patching the fence as best I could until I had help. The work was mindless enough, but my thoughts kept drifting back to those lights in the darkness, the missing cattle, the strange footprints. None of it made sense. As the day dragged on, I found it tough to focus. Every sound from the woods made me jump. My phone lit up with a text from my girlfriend, Mia. She wanted to know if we were still on for dinner that weekend. I started typing a response, but my mind wasn't in it. My message came out short, almost curt. She noticed immediately. "What's wrong?" she asked. I didn't know how to explain what I was feeling, this nameless dread that had taken root inside me. I deflected, blaming my mood on lack of sleep and the pressure of managing the farm alone. The conversation blew up into a full-on fight. It left me tense and itching to clear my head. So after dusk, I grabbed my phone and headphones, heading off toward the forest. In retrospect, it was a stupid decision, but at the time I just needed to get away from the house, from the damaged fence, from the memory of those gleaming eyes in the darkness. I've hiked through these woods 1,000 times, but this was different. The familiar paths seemed altered somehow. The trees closer together, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Something about the night air felt oppressive, like it was charged with static electricity. The hair on my arm stood on end despite the warmth of the evening. I cranked up my music to overpower my thoughts and wandered deeper than I intended. The heavy bass thrummed in my ears, drowning out the sounds of the forest. Time seemed to slip away from me as I walked, my feet carrying me forward without conscious thought. Before I knew it, darkness was everywhere. The sun had set completely, leaving only the faint glow of a quarter moon filtering through the canopy overhead. I stopped, suddenly aware of how far I'd come. The farmhouse was nowhere in sight. I flipped on my phone's flashlight, sweeping it around. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating patches of underbrush and tree trunks. Shadows danced and shifted with each movement of my hand. I caught the reflection of something that looked like eyes in the beam, high behind a tree. Not animal eyes. Too tall, too stationary. As soon as I angled my phone that way, the reflection vanished, leaving me reeling from a rush of panic. Maybe it was a trick of the light again, or maybe not. I pulled out my earbuds, suddenly desperate to hear what might be around me. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No insects chirping, no rustling of nocturnal creatures. Just heavy, waiting silence. A growl rippled through the trees, low and ragged, unlike anything I'd heard in these woods. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. I'd heard those before. This was deeper, almost guttural, with an odd, wet quality to it that made my skin crawl. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and I realized I had no clue where the path went. Shadows seemed to shift and move at the corners of my vision. My flashlight beam trembled as my hand began to shake. I started to backtrack, stumbling over roots and tangling my boots in undergrowth. My flashlight shook with each step, casting wild patterns across the forest floor. Every tree, every bush seemed to conceal some nameless threat. The darkness pressed in, thick as smoke. Then a sharp snap, like a branch being crushed underfoot, sounded close. Too close. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound had come from somewhere to my left, just beyond the reach of my light. Fear surged in my chest, hot and urgent. I had to get out. My jog turned into a full-on sprint, branches slapping my face and arms. Thorns tore at my clothes, but I barely felt the sting. All I could focus on was moving forward, getting away from whatever lurked in the shadows behind me. I could hear it now, something large crashing through the underbrush, keeping pace with me. It moved with a strange, loping gait, sometimes on all fours, sometimes upright. The sound of its pursuit drove me faster, my lungs burning with each gasping breath. When I finally saw the farmhouse lights in the distance, I breathed a silent prayer of relief. The field stretched out before me, open and exposed in the moonlight. I burst from the tree line, legs pumping desperately. I hopped the broken fence, nearly face-planting on the other side. My foot caught on a loose wire, sending me sprawling into the dirt. I scrambled up immediately, whirling around to face the woods. Something moved at the tree line, tall, menacing, with eyes that gleamed faintly in the dark. It stood partially obscured by the shadows, but I could make out a vague silhouette, large, hunched, with what looked like antlers or horns jutting from its head. A vile odor hit me, intense enough to make me gag. The smell of decay, of things long dead and rotting in the summer heat. It never advanced. It just stood there, watching with a stillness that felt deliberate, like it was studying me. I forced myself inside, slammed the door and locked it. My heart hammered as I peeked out a window, only to glimpse that pair of eyes still trained on me. They didn't blink, they didn't move. They just stared, fixed on the house like twin beacons. Enough was enough. I yanked the blinds down, shut off every light, and made my way to my room, grabbing the old shotgun from my closet just to steady my nerves. It was my grandfather's, a Remington pump-action that I'd learned to shoot when I was 12. I checked the chamber, loaded it, and sat on the edge of my bed, the cold metal a reassuring weight in my hands. That night, sleep was a distant thing. My thoughts were in a whirl, cows disappearing, fences torn, footprints with no reasonable explanation, and a hulking silhouette crouched at the edge of my land. I tried to convince myself I'd wake up and find a neat explanation, but I knew deep down that something big and unknown was stalking these woods. I woke the next morning with the shotgun still clutched in my arms, feeling like I'd only dozed off in brief intervals. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm rectangles on the floor. Birds chirped outside, their cheerful sounds at odds with the dread that still coiled inside me. The sun was out, but it did nothing to chase off the weight tightening my chest. I dragged myself outside to survey the damage, shotgun in hand. The day was bright and clear, the sky a perfect blue without a cloud in sight. It should have been beautiful. Sure enough, another cow was gone. The fencing I'd patched was shredded again, worse than before. Where yesterday's damage had been limited to a small section, now a full 10 feet of fence was destroyed. Splinters littered the ground, and I spotted crimson smears on the wire that looked too fresh to be old stains. There were footprints, too, the kind I had no name for. Long, deformed impressions that seemed part hoof, part something far more disturbing. Some looked almost human, 5 toes splayed wide, while others resembled a deer's print, only larger, deeper, wrong somehow. I knelt down to examine one particularly clear impression. The soil had retained its shape perfectly, allowing me to see details I'd missed yesterday. What I had taken for a hoof print had a thumb-like appendage on one side, as if the creature's feet were caught in some halfway state between animal and human. I forced myself deeper into the pasture, shotgun ready. It felt ridiculous in the bright morning light. Monsters didn't exist, at least not the kind that hid in forests and stole cattle in the night. But every rustle in the grass, every flutter of a bird made me jump, my finger tightening on the trigger guard. The remaining cattle huddled together at the far end of the field, as far from the woods as they could get. They watched me approach with wide, frightened eyes. When I tried to herd them toward the barn for safety, they balked, refusing to move closer to the tree line. The forest stood ominously just beyond the fields, an unspoken invitation for this thing to come and go at will. Dark and dense, it seemed to swallow the sunlight that touched its edges. Despite the daylight, I sensed I wasn't alone. The feeling of being watched crawled up my spine, settling between my shoulder blades like an icy finger. Frustration and anger flared inside me. I'd lived here all my life, and no unknown creature was going to claim this land as a feeding ground. I mustered enough nerve to stand at the tree line, hollering into the undergrowth that I wasn't afraid. "I know you're in there," I shouted, my voice echoing back at me from the silent trees. "This is my land, my home. You're not welcome here." My voice shook, and the echo that returned from the stillness was unnerving. For a split second I thought I saw a black shape slip between the trunks, but whether it was the thing itself or just my imagination, I had no intention of finding out. I half jogged back to the farmhouse, all the while feeling that same prickling sense of being watched. The weight of unseen eyes followed me across the field, up the porch steps, through the door. Even inside, with locks engaged and curtains drawn, I couldn't shake the feeling of exposure, of vulnerability. I called the local sheriff's office, reporting the missing cattle and the damaged fence. The deputy who answered sounded bored, telling me that cattle rustling wasn't uncommon and promising to send someone out when they had the manpower. I didn't mention the strange tracks or the creature I'd glimpsed. They'd think I was crazy or worse, playing a prank. I tried calling Mia next, hoping to apologize for our fight, but the call went straight to voicemail. I left a message asking her to call me back, careful to keep my voice steady, not wanting to alarm her with the fear that still thrummed through my veins. That afternoon, I did everything I could think of to prepare. I scavenged the barn for nails, boards, and tools, then rigged makeshift barricades on the windows. It felt a little excessive, but the memory of those eyes peering at me the night before kept me hammering away. I boarded up the first-floor windows, leaving just enough space to peek through or aim a gun if necessary. I dragged the heavy oak table from the dining room to brace against the back door, which had always been flimsy. I stacked furniture against certain doors I never used, bracing them from the inside. The place looked more like a fortress with each passing hour, and I hated that I needed this level of security in my own home. But the alternative, being exposed, vulnerable to whatever stalked the woods, was worse. I inventoried our weapons next. Besides the shotgun, there was my father's hunting rifle and a small revolver he kept locked in the safe. I retrieved all three, along with every box of ammunition I could find. I laid them out on the kitchen counter, checking each one methodically. My phone rang as I was loading the revolver. It was Mia, returning my call. I almost didn't answer, unsure of what to say, how to explain what was happening without sounding unhinged. But I needed to hear a friendly voice. "Hey," I said, trying to sound normal. "Are you okay?" she asked immediately. "You sounded weird in your message." I hesitated. "I'm fine. Just dealing with some issues at the farm." "What kind of issues?" "Something's been attacking the cattle," I said, deciding to stick as close to the truth as possible. "Broke through the fence twice now, took 3 of them." "God, that's awful. What was it?" "A bear." I closed my eyes, seeing again the misshapen tracks, the gleaming eyes in the darkness. "I don't know. Maybe." There was a pause. "Do you want me to come over? I could be there in an hour." "No," I said too quickly. The thought of Mia here, exposed to whatever danger lurked in the woods, made my stomach twist. "No, it's fine. I've got it under control. Just wanted to say sorry about yesterday." We talked for a few more minutes, but my attention was divided, my eyes constantly drawn to the windows, the darkening sky outside. When we finally hung up, I felt both relieved and more alone than ever. As dusk crept closer, I patrolled the house again, triple-checking every lock, every barricade. The air outside turned heavy, and the wind rustled the dead leaves near the fence. It carried a faint, sickly smell that made my stomach churn. I couldn't shake the sense that it was out there, sizing me up, waiting for darkness to hide its advance. I found myself glancing repeatedly at the tree line, searching for those twin points of light, that hulking silhouette. With the last of the daylight fading, I made one final trip to the barn, determined to save as many of the animals as possible. I managed to herd most of the cattle into the sturdy structure, securing the heavy doors with chains and padlocks. The horses were already inside, nervously pawing at the ground in their stalls. As I walked back to the house, the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the farm into twilight. Shadows stretched long across the fields, reaching toward me like grasping hands. I quickened my pace, suddenly desperate to be inside, behind locked doors and barricaded windows. I made it to the porch just as full darkness descended. The night air was unnaturally still, as if the world were holding its breath, waiting. I took one last look around before stepping inside, locking and barricading the door behind me. Night finally fell, and with it, the usual forest noises vanished. No crickets, no frogs, just an unsettling quiet that set me on edge. My muscles tensed with every step across the old floorboards. I turned off most of the lights, leaving a few dim lamps so I could see if anything moved outside. My shotgun was within arm's reach, and I had the revolver holstered at my hip just in case. I positioned myself in the living room, with a clear view of both the front door and the large picture window that overlooked the yard. From here, I could see most of the property, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. A few hours crawled by in suffocating silence. The house creaked and settled around me, each sound making me flinch. My eyes burned from staring into the darkness, searching for any sign of movement. I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd overdone it. That the missing cattle had a mundane explanation. That the tracks belonged to some known animal, distorted by my fear in the poor light. That the shape I'd seen at the tree line was nothing more than a shadow, a trick of the moonlight. That's when a sudden crash rattled the front door. The force behind the blow echoed through the house, making the windows vibrate in their frames. My mouth went dry and my heart thundered in my ears. I raised the shotgun, aiming it at the door, my palms slick with sweat. Another crash. The door frame quaked, and I heard glass pop and skitter across the floor somewhere downstairs. The barricade I'd built shuddered but held firm. Whatever was outside wanted in, and it was strong enough to make solid oak bend. A low roar rose from behind the walls, so feral and strange that I felt the vibrations in my chest. It wasn't a sound any natural animal could make, too deep, too resonant, with an almost human quality that made it all the more terrifying. I backed away from the door, moving deeper into the house. The crashing continued, moving from the front door to the windows. I heard glass shatter in the kitchen, followed by the scrape of something large forcing its way through the opening. Something was forcing its way in, and my body reacted before my brain caught up. I snatched the shotgun and scrambled upstairs, nearly tripping on the last step. In the hallway, I could hear it moving below, heavy footsteps that made the floorboards groan in protest. Each footstep of the intruder felt heavier than any human's. The boards creaked, as if under the weight of something colossal. An overpowering stench drifted toward me, thick enough to taste, the reek of decay, of flesh left too long in the sun. I covered my nose with my sleeve, trying not to retch. The smell was so intense it made my eyes water. I backed into my bedroom, closing the door as quietly as possible. My hand shook as I turned the lock, knowing it would offer little protection against whatever had broken into my home. Then came the banging on the door to my room. Loud, rhythmic hits that shattered my nerve. It knew exactly where I was. I could hear it breathing on the other side of the door, wet, ragged breaths that sounded more like liquid bubbling than air moving through lungs. Splinters of wood flew as I shouldered the door, shoving a dresser into place to buy a few seconds. The heavy piece of furniture moved reluctantly across the floor, scraping loudly. I positioned it against the door just as something slammed into it from the other side. The door buckled, and I finally caught sight of it. The crack between the door and frame gave me a horrible glimpse. Matted fur, something like a deer's skull topped with twisted antlers, but with patches of rotting skin clinging to it. The antlers were wrong. Too many points growing in impossible directions, some curling back toward the skull. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. They weren't in the skull where they should be, but lower, embedded in the decaying flesh of what might have been a neck. They glowed with a sickly yellow light, pupilless and fixed directly on me. My hands shook as I racked the shotgun's first shell. I aimed at the gap in the door, my finger tightening on the trigger. The creature slammed into the door again, splintering the wood. The dresser slid back several inches, its legs leaving deep gouges in the hardwood floor. I fired. The muzzle flash lit up the creature's hideous features, empty eyes set in decaying sockets, an open maw with a jaw that seemed off-kilter, lined with teeth too numerous and too sharp to belong to any deer. The shot caught it in what passed for its chest. It let out a horrible screech that made me recoil, then lunged with renewed fury. The door burst open, sending shards of wood everywhere, the dresser toppling backward. The thing stood fully revealed now, its form defying comprehension. It walked on two legs, but they bent at odd angles, ending in split hooves that had partially morphed into something like human feet. Its arms were too long, hanging almost to the floor, tipped with curved claws that looked capable of tearing through flesh with ease. Its torso was a nightmare of exposed bone and rotting meat, ribs jutting through patchy fur. And the smell. God. The smell was overwhelming, like standing in the middle of a mass grave in the height of summer. I fired again. the recoil slamming back into my shoulder, but I refused to let go. The thing staggered, leaking a dark, foul substance that smelled like death. It howled, flailing those long limbs in fury. I kept my finger on the trigger, racking another shell, firing, and doing it again until I was spent. Each shot was deafening, and the house trembled with every roar from that abomination. The creature's movements became erratic. It slammed into walls, leaving smears of that black ichor wherever it touched. It seemed confused, disoriented by the assault. I used the moment to reload, my fingers fumbling with the shells. Finally, it staggered backward, wheeling around in confusion. It tore down part of the hallway as it fled, smashing through walls and overturning furniture in its escape. I grabbed my pistol, sprinting after it down the stairs, driven by a mix of terror and rage. My heart hammered, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The front door, the very one it had battered in, now stood ripped off its hinges. Outside, the shape lumbered across the yard. Its outline was monstrous, lit by a flickering porch light. With a trembling grip, I squeezed off a few rounds. The bullets seemed to do little more than anger it further. It whipped its head back, unleashing a final roar that reverberated off the barn, then bounded into the forest shadows. I wanted to chase it, to finish it off, to ensure it never returned. But the rational side of me knew that was suicide. I stood on the porch, watching it disappear between the looming trees, its form blending with the darkness until it was gone. I called out a string of curses, equal parts terrified and furious, watching it vanish between the looming trees. Then there was sudden silence, broken only by my ragged breathing. Even the wind had died, leaving the yard unnaturally still. My front door was on the ground, the hinges twisted beyond repair. Inside, I discovered the windows, where I swore I'd heard glass explode, were strangely intact, as if reality had split for a moment and then stitched itself back together, leaving evidence only in the wrecked wood and bullet casings scattered at my feet. I leaned against the splintered frame, shotgun and pistol hanging limply in my hands, trying to piece everything together. What had just happened? What was that thing? And most importantly, would it come back? I stayed that way for what felt like hours, until I realized I had to come up with a believable story for my parents. There was no way to explain giant claw marks or bullet holes that made any sense. I finally decided to say I'd lost my temper during a personal crisis, blowing holes in the door myself. A story that wouldn't earn me any points, but at least it wouldn't brand me a lunatic. The rest of the night passed in a blur of activity. I swept up broken glass, nailed plywood over the gaping hole where the front door had been, and tried to clean the black ichor that stained the floors and walls. It resisted my efforts, seeming to cling to the surfaces it touched, leaving permanent marks like acid burns. I didn't sleep. I couldn't, not with the memory of that thing so fresh in my mind. Instead, I sat on the porch until dawn, weapons at the ready, watching the tree line for any sign of movement. Morning came with surprising normalcy. Birds sang in the trees, sunlight dappled the yard, and a gentle breeze stirred the grass. It was hard to reconcile the peaceful scene before me with the horror of the previous night. I forced myself to inspect the property in daylight. The barn was untouched, the animals inside unharmed. But the yard told a different story. Deep gouges marred the earth where the creature had fled, leading in a straight line toward the forest. I followed them to the edge of the trees, but no further. I couldn't bring myself to enter those woods again. The black substance it had leaked was still visible, glistening wetly in the morning sun despite the hours that had passed. When I touched it with a stick, the wood sizzled and smoked, confirming my suspicion that it was corrosive. By the time morning came, I was exhausted, but the house and yard were eerily calm. Stains on the floor had vanished where I'd cleaned, though the gouges remained. The only real reminder of the battle was my ruined door and the crippling weight in my chest. The phone rang soon after, my folks checking up on me. I lied as smoothly as I could about the door, blaming it on a fit of anger over my fight with Mia. I promised to fix it before they got home. They threatened to ground me for the rest of my life, but that was a relief compared to explaining the truth. The next few days passed without incident. No more cattle disappeared, no more strange lights appeared at the edge of the woods. But the uneasy feeling never left me. I slept in short bursts, always with a weapon close at hand. I avoided the forest entirely, taking the long way around to reach the fields on the other side. When my parents returned, they were furious about the door and the holes in the walls, but their anger was nothing compared to the terror I'd felt. I accepted their punishment without complaint, relieved that they were home, that I wasn't alone anymore. I never told them what had happened. How could I? They'd think I was crazy or on drugs. So I kept it to myself, carrying the weight of that night alone. The summer passed, and fall arrived. The incident began to feel distant, dreamlike. I started to wonder if I'd imagined it all, the eyes in the darkness, the creature in my bedroom. Maybe I'd had some kind of breakdown, conjured a monster from my own fear and isolation. But then I'd catch a glimpse of those black stains on the hallway wall, resistant to paint and bleach alike. Or I'd hear something moving in the woods at night, something too large to be a deer, too deliberate to be a bear, and I'd know it was real, all of it. Time marched on, and I eventually left for college, grateful for the distance from the farm and the woods that surrounded it. My dorm room in the city felt safe, surrounded by concrete and streetlights, far from the darkness of those trees. But every so often I'd check in with my family, ask if the cows were all accounted for, if the fences were intact, if they'd heard any strange howls in the night. They'd brush it off as me worrying too much. But they didn't know the whole story. 3 years passed. I was home for winter break, the farm blanketed in snow. The woods looked different in winter, stark, skeletal, less threatening somehow. I'd almost convinced myself that what happened that summer was some kind of hallucination, a product of stress and isolation. Until the night I heard it again, that low, guttural growl that had haunted my dreams for years. I was alone in the house, my parents at a neighbor's Christmas party. The sound came from outside, somewhere near the barn. My old fear returned in an instant, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. I reached for the shotgun I knew was still in the closet, checking that it was loaded with trembling hands. I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The yard was illuminated by the security light my father had installed, casting everything in a harsh, white glow. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the tree line, moving with that same odd, loping gait toward the barn. It was back. Or maybe it had never left, simply biding its time, waiting for me to return. I had a choice to make. I could stay inside, barricade the doors like before, hope it left without causing damage. Or I could confront it, finish what had started 3 years ago. The decision was made for me when I heard the horses scream in terror. Their panicked whinnies cut through the night, spurring me into action. I couldn't let it hurt them. I pulled on my boots and coat, grabbed the shotgun, and stepped out into the cold night air. Snow crunched beneath my feet as I moved toward the barn, each breath visible in the frigid air. The security light cast my shadow long before me, a dark shape stretching across the pristine white ground. The barn door stood open, swinging gently in the breeze. I hadn't left it that way. Something had forced it open, breaking the heavy padlock my father used to secure it. The metal lay twisted in the snow, bent as if it were made of soft clay. I raised the shotgun, moving cautiously toward the opening. The horses' frightened noises had stopped, replaced by an unnatural silence that set my teeth on edge. I could smell it, that same putrid stench that had filled my bedroom 3 years ago. "I know you're in there," I called, my voice steadier than I felt. "Come out and face me." No response, just that heavy waiting silence. I took another step forward, my finger tightening on the trigger. The barn's interior was dark, the shadows deep and impenetrable. Then I saw them, those eyes, glowing with that same sickly yellow light. They were higher this time, as if the creature had grown. They fixed on me with an intelligence that was unmistakable, calculating, almost human. It emerged from the darkness slowly, deliberately. It had changed. Where before it had seemed cobbled together, a mishmash of deer and human parts, now it moved with a terrible grace, its form more defined, more purposeful. The antlers had grown, spreading outward in a crown of bone that scraped the top of the barn door, Its body was larger, the muscle more pronounced beneath the patchy fur. But the face was the same, that deer skull with rotting flesh clinging to it, those eyes burning from what should have been its neck. It stood there, regarding me with what felt like recognition. Did it remember me? Remember the wounds I'd inflicted? I raised the shotgun higher, aiming for those glowing eyes. "Get off my land," I said, my voice low and threatening. "You don't belong here." The creature tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture that made my skin crawl. Then it made a sound, not a growl or roar, but something closer to laughter, a wet gurgling noise that echoed through the barn. It took a step forward, its misshapen feet leaving steaming prints in the snow. Another step, then another. Each movement deliberate, testing me, challenging me. I fired. The shot echoed across the silent farm, louder somehow in the winter air. The creature jerked as the buckshot tore into its shoulder, that black ichor spraying from the wound. But it didn't fall. It didn't even slow down. Instead, it charged. I barely had time to rack another shell before it was on me, those impossibly long arms reaching out. I fired again, point blank into what passed for its chest. The impact knocked it back a step, giving me just enough time to turn and run. My boots slipped in the snow as I sprinted toward the house, the creature's rasping breath close behind me. I could feel its presence at my back, a wall of fetid air and malevolent intent. The distance to the porch seemed impossible, stretching out before me like a nightmare. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. It was gaining on me, moving with that strange, bounding gait that ate up the ground between us. Its mouth was open, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth glistening wetly in the security light. I made it to the porch steps, taking them two at a time. My hand fumbled with the doorknob, slick with sweat despite the cold. The door swung open and I threw myself inside, slamming it shut behind me. I heard the thud as the creature slammed into the door, making the whole frame shudder. The lock wouldn't hold it for long. I'd seen what it could do to solid oak. I needed a plan, a weapon, anything. My eyes fell on the cabinet where my father kept his hunting gear. Inside was his deer rifle, a .30-06 with more stopping power than my shotgun. I grabbed it, checking that it was loaded, then positioned myself at the living room window with a clear view of the porch. The creature was there, pacing back and forth, its movements jerky and agitated. It paused, raising its antlered head to sniff the air. Then it turned those burning eyes directly to where I stood, as if it could see through walls, through darkness, straight into me. I raised the rifle, sighting down the barrel at its chest. My finger tightened on the trigger. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature staggered backward, black fluid erupting from a hole in its chest. It howled, a sound of rage and pain that made the windows rattle. I worked the bolt, chambering another round, and fired again. This time, the shot caught it in the head, just below one of those glowing eyes. The impact spun it halfway around, sending it crashing into the porch railing. It lay there, twitching, that black ichor pooling beneath it. I watched, hardly daring to breathe, as the movement slowed and then stopped. The yellow light in its eyes flickered like dying bulbs, then went dark. For several long minutes I stood frozen at the window, rifle still raised, waiting for it to move again. It didn't. The only movement was the slow spread of black fluid across the white snow, eating through it like acid, revealing the dark earth beneath. I should have felt relief. Instead, a new kind of dread settled over me. What if there were more? What if this was just one of many? The forest suddenly seemed vast and full of hidden threats, creatures waiting in the darkness, watching. When my parents returned home hours later, they found me still standing at the window, rifle in hand. The porch was empty, no creature, no black ichor, not even footprints in the snow. Just pristine whiteness, unmarked and innocent. They thought I was having some kind of episode triggered by being home again. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't know what lurked in the woods. Spring came early that year. I should have been back at college, but I couldn't bring myself to leave, not when I knew it was still out there. The creature I'd shot on the porch had vanished without a trace, but I knew that didn't mean it was gone for good. My parents worried about me. They spoke in hushed tones when they thought I couldn't hear, using words like counseling and break from school. They didn't understand why I insisted on patrolling the property each night, why I kept weapons close at hand, why I never set foot in the forest. I tried to explain once, to tell them about that summer night 3 years ago, about the creature that had broken into our home. They listened with concerned expressions, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. They didn't believe me. No one did, except Mia. When she came to visit that spring, I finally told her everything. I expected disbelief, maybe even laughter. Instead, she listened quietly, her face growing more serious with each detail. "I believe you," she said when I finished. "You do?" She nodded, her eyes troubled. "My grandfather used to tell stories about something in these woods, something that wasn't natural. The old-timers called it the Wendigo." The name sent a chill through me. What's a Wendigo? In the old stories, it's a spirit that possesses humans who've committed certain sins, like cannibalism. It transforms them into monsters, trapped between human and beast. She hesitated. Grandpa said they were immortal, that they could only be killed by fire. Fire. The one thing I hadn't tried. That night, Mia stayed over. We sat on the porch, watching the tree line as darkness fell. The spring air was warm, fragrant with new growth and possibility. But my attention was fixed on the shadows between the trees, searching for any sign of movement. "Do you really think it's still out there?" Mia asked, her voice hushed. I nodded, not taking my eyes off the forest. "I know it is. I can feel it watching us." "What are you going to do?" I'd been asking myself the same question for months. Running wasn't an option. It would just follow me, or worse, turn its attention to my family in my absence. Hiding was temporary at best. There was only one solution. "I'm going to hunt it down," I said. "End this once and for all." Mia's hand found mine in the darkness. "Not alone, you're not." We spent the next week preparing. I showed Mia how to use the shotgun, the rifle, the revolver. We gathered supplies, flashlights, knives, first aid kits. And we made Molotov cocktails, glass bottles filled with gasoline, rags stuffed in the necks as wicks. My parents thought we were crazy, heading into the woods at night with weapons and homemade incendiaries. They tried to stop us, threatened to call the sheriff. But in the end, they let us go, perhaps hoping that finding nothing would finally cure me of my obsession. We set out at dusk, the light fading rapidly as we entered the forest. The familiar paths seemed even more sinister now, the trees looming overhead like silent watchers. Mia walked close beside me, her shotgun ready, eyes scanning the darkening woods. "Where are we going?" she whispered. I pointed deeper into the forest. "There's an old hunting cabin about 2 miles in. My grandfather used to use it. If anything lives in these woods, it would know about that cabin." We moved as quietly as possible, pausing often to listen for any sound out of place. The forest was alive with normal nighttime noises, crickets chirping, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the distant hoot of an owl. But nothing unusual, nothing to suggest we weren't alone. The cabin appeared ahead, a dark shape against the night sky. It was small, little more than a shack really, with one room and a tiny porch. The door hung crooked on its hinges, the windows dark and empty. "Wait here," I told Mia, stepping forward to check the cabin. The door creaked as I pushed it open, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness inside. The cabin was empty, dust covering the single table and chair, the narrow cot against one wall. No one had been here in years, or so it seemed at first glance. Then my light caught something on the floor. Tracks, pressed into the dust. Not human footprints, not animal tracks, but those same hybrid shapes I'd seen at the fence line. And they were fresh. I backed out of the cabin slowly, keeping my light trained on the doorway. "It's been here," I whispered to Mia. "Recently." Her face paled in the moonlight. "What do we do?" Before I could answer, a twig snapped somewhere in the darkness behind us. We both whirled around, weapons raised. Nothing moved among the trees, but the night had gone suddenly, deathly quiet. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no animal sounds at all. Just that heavy, waiting silence I'd come to associate with the creature's presence. "It's here," I breathed, barely audible even to myself. As if in response, a low growl emerged from the darkness to our right. We turned toward the sound, and there they were, those yellow eyes floating in the blackness between the trees. "Don't move," I whispered to Mia. "Let it come to us." The creature stepped forward, moving into a patch of moonlight. It was even more horrifying than I remembered. The antlers had continued to grow, branching and twisting into an impossible crown. Its body was larger, more muscular, the decay seemingly halted or reversed. And its face, that deer skull with rotting flesh, had changed, becoming more expressive, more human somehow. It regarded us with what looked like curiosity, those burning eyes moving from me to Mia and back again. It showed no fear, no hesitation. Just that terrible, patient intelligence. "Now," I said, loud enough for Mia to hear. We fired together, the shotgun and rifle roaring in unison. The creature jerked as the bullet struck, black ichor spraying from its chest and shoulder. But it didn't fall. Instead, it charged, moving with shocking speed for something so large. I dropped the rifle, grabbing one of the Molotov cocktails from my backpack. My hands shook as I fumbled with the lighter, trying to ignite the rag wick. The creature was closing fast, those terrible claws extended. The wick caught just as it reached us. I hurled the bottle with all my strength, watching it arc through the air and smash against the creature's chest. Flames erupted instantly, engulfing its upper body in a sheet of fire. The creature's scream was like nothing I'd ever heard, a high, piercing wail that seemed to contain centuries of rage and pain. It thrashed wildly, trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire spread rapidly, consuming fur and flesh alike. Mia and I backed away, watching in horror and fascination as the creature burned. The smell was unbearable, a mix of gasoline, charred meat, and something older, more putrid. The yellow light in its eyes flickered, dimmed, then flared brighter than before, like twin stars going supernova. Then, with one final earth-shaking roar, it collapsed to the ground, still burning. The flames illuminated the clearing, casting long, dancing shadows among the trees. We stood there, watching as the fire consumed what remained of the creature, reducing it to ash and bone. When it was over, when the last flames had died down, leaving only smoldering remains, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. It was done. The nightmare that had haunted me for years was finally over. Mia's hand found mine, squeezing tight. "Is it really dead?" I nodded, staring at the blackened shape on the forest floor. "It has to be." We didn't linger. The fire had attracted attention. We could hear voices in the distance, see flashlight beams moving through the trees. The local fire department probably, responding to reports of smoke in the forest. We slipped away, taking a different path back to the farm. Neither of us spoke until we were clear of the woods, the open fields spreading before us under the moonlight. "What do we tell people?" Mia asked as we walked. I shook my head. "Nothing. No one would believe us anyway." She didn't argue. She knew as well as I did that some truths are better kept hidden, some experiences too strange to share. We reached the farmhouse just before dawn, exhausted but alive. My parents were waiting, worry etched on their faces. They asked questions we couldn't answer, made demands we couldn't meet. In the end, we told them what they wanted to hear, that we'd found nothing, that the woods were empty, that my fears were unfounded. It was easier that way, for them at least. In the weeks that followed, life returned to something resembling normal. I went back to college, throwing myself into my studies with newfound focus. Mia and I grew closer, bound by the secret we shared. And if sometimes I woke in the night, heart racing, convinced I could hear that low, guttural growl outside my window, well, that was to be expected. Some fears don't die easily. Years have passed since that night in the forest. I've graduated, started a career, moved to a city far from those woods. But I still check in with my family regularly, ask if all the cattle are accounted for, if the fences are intact, if they've heard any strange sounds in the night. They brush it off as me worrying too much. But they don't know the whole story. They don't know what I know, that some things refuse to stay dead, that some nightmares find ways to return. Part of me stayed convinced that whatever I fought off that night is still out there, licking its wounds, waiting. And the thought of going back to that farm alone still manages to send a sharp bolt of dread through my gut every time. Because deep down, I know the truth. The forest keeps its secrets, and sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, those secrets find ways to break free. I never wanted to come back to that part of Arizona, not because I didn't love it. I did. The high desert air, the red cliffs, the way the stars looked like they'd been sewn right into the sky. But some places carry weight, memory. And my grandfather's land in the Navajo Nation had both. Javier and Adrian had been bugging me for weeks. "Bro, we need content," Javier kept saying, shoving a camera in my face. "Canyon de Chelly, slot canyons, abandoned ruins. We'll make a killer doc. Call it Shadows in the Redlands or something." Adrian was more direct. "Come on, Noah, you're Navajo, that's your turf. Doesn't your family own land out there or whatever?" They weren't wrong. My grandparents used to live near Chinle, tucked up near the cliffs just a few miles off Spider Rock. After my grandfather passed, my grandma moved in with her sister in Gallup. The house had been sitting vacant for years now, so yeah, I agreed. Stupid. The sun was already sinking when we crossed onto reservation land, casting long shadows across the scrubby landscape. The light was sharp, orange, cutting across the rocks like fire. My hands tightened on the wheel as memories flooded back. Summers spent learning to track jackrabbits, my grandfather's weathered hands showing me how to read the land. The last gas station before the canyon was run by a man who looked like he hadn't changed his flannel in 2 decades. His eyes narrowed when he spotted our camera gear. "Where you boys headed?" he asked, voice rough as gravel. "Just doing some filming near Spider Rock," Javier said, adjusting his expensive camera. "Documentary stuff." The man froze, his eyes darting to me. Recognition flickered there. He could tell I was Navajo. "That your land?" he asked. "Sort of," I mumbled, suddenly feeling like an outsider in my own heritage. He leaned closer, voice dropping. "Don't go wandering past sundown," he said slowly. "And if you hear whistling at night, don't answer. Don't even look." Adrian laughed behind me. "What happens if we whistle back? Skinwalkers come out and do a TikTok dance?" The man didn't crack a smile. His eyes were serious, almost sad. "They mimic. That's how they find you." He didn't say anything else, just rang us up, bagged our drinks, and watched us leave like he was already mourning. We drove out past the pavement and onto the old service roads. My stomach was tight the whole time. The land looked the same, but wrong. Emptier somehow. I hadn't been back in over a decade, and all that silence pressed on me like a weight. "Dude, your hands are shaking," Adrian noticed from the passenger seat. "You okay?" I nodded, but couldn't find words. How could I explain that the deeper we drove into the reservation, the more I felt something watching us? How the familiar landscape of my childhood now seemed alien, threatening. No birds circled overhead, no insects buzzed, just wind and dust and memories. We camped about a mile east of my grandparents' old house, up on a sandstone ledge overlooking the canyon. The view was incredible until the sun went down. That's when it hit me. Nothing moved. The desert's never truly quiet. There's always something. A beetle, an owl, the rustle of wind through sagebrush. But that night, nothing. Like the land itself was holding its breath. We built a fire and cooked some canned chili. Adrian pulled out a flask. "To forbidden ground and local legends," he toasted. "Don't joke like that," I said. He raised an eyebrow. "What, you believe that crap?" I didn't answer. Truth was, I didn't know what I believed. My grandfather used to tell me stories, not bedtime stories, warnings. He said there were things out there that weren't meant to be seen, that if you ever heard a voice calling your name from the dark and it sounded like someone you loved, you should run. I used to laugh at that, but not that night. Javier was reviewing footage on his camera. "These canyon shots are insane. The light here." He trailed off, engrossed in his viewfinder. I stared into the darkness beyond our camp. The firelight only reached so far, creating a small island of visibility surrounded by absolute blackness. The stars above were brilliant, cold, and distant. "You know what they say about skinwalkers, right?" Adrian continued, clearly enjoying my discomfort. "They're witches who killed their own family members to gain power. They wear animal skins to transform." "Shut up, man," I said, more sharply than I intended. "I'm just saying if there's something out there." "There's nothing out there," I interrupted, not believing my own words. "Just respect the place, okay? My grandfather would have wanted that." We climbed into the tent sometime after midnight. Adrian passed out quickly, the whiskey doing its work. Javier fell asleep scrolling through photos on his camera, but I lay awake, listening. Around 2:11 a.m., I woke up in a cold sweat. I didn't know why at first. The fire had burned down to embers. Javier and Adrian were passed out in their sleeping bags, their faces lit red from the coals. Then I heard it. A whistle. Not a tune, just one long, slow rising note, like someone was testing their breath. It came from the east, then another answered from the west, then silence. I didn't move, not an inch. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter and prayed it would stop. It didn't. After a few minutes it started again, but this time it was closer. The pitch was off, just slightly, like someone trying to copy the sound of a human whistle but getting the shape of the lips wrong. I could hear it bouncing off the cliffs, but I couldn't pin it down. Then came the voice. Noah. It was barely above a whisper. "Noah, boy, it's cold out here." I felt every muscle in my body contract at once. That was my grandfather's voice, no question. Same rhythm, same gravelly tone. The way he used to wake me up for morning chores, but he died in 2015. "Open the tent, son." I stayed frozen, breathing through my nose, trying not to shake. The zipper didn't move. Neither did Adrian or Javier. Just me, locked in place, while something outside pretended to be family. After a minute, I found the courage to unzip the flap just enough to peek outside. There was nothing there, just the dying fire, just rock and dust. I was about to lay back down when I noticed something strange about the firelight. The shadows were moving in the wrong direction, like something was blocking the light just out of frame. I swung the flashlight toward the ridge. That's when I saw it. A figure, crouched low like it was squatting. Its arms hung longer than they should have, nearly to the ground. The face, I couldn't make it out, just the suggestion of it, but it was watching us, watching me. I shut the tent, locked the zipper, pressed my back against the fabric, and sat there until morning. When the sun came up, it found me still sitting like that, pale and silent. Adrian groaned and asked why I hadn't gone to sleep. I didn't answer. Javier was reviewing some of his nighttime long exposures and paused suddenly. He turned the screen toward me. There, in the top corner of the frame, perched on the ledge like a gargoyle, was the thing I saw. The silhouette. Still and hunched. You could almost make out hands pressed to its face like it was watching through binoculars made of its fingers. I don't remember speaking, but apparently I muttered something under my breath. That's not a man. We didn't talk much that morning. Javier kept zooming in on that photo over and over again, like he could force it to make sense. Adrian said it was probably a trick of the light or maybe someone messing with us, but he didn't sound convinced. Not really. I told them we needed to leave. "I'm serious," I said. "Something's wrong. This isn't a joke." Adrian rolled his eyes. "Dude, you're just freaked out because you saw a shadow. Come on. You've been telling us spooky stories since we got here. Now you're buying into them." Javier didn't say anything. He just kept staring at the screen. We moved camp anyway, packed everything in silence, drove another few miles down into a shallow canyon, and pitched our tents near an old dry riverbed, out of sight from the cliffs. I didn't tell them why I picked that spot. I just knew it was far from where we saw that thing. The second we got the fire going, I stepped away and gathered some ash from the pit. I mixed it with cedar bark and a pinch of cornmeal from a pouch I'd carried in my bag since I was a kid. My grandmother used to do this when I was sick or scared, marking circles around beds, doorways, windows, a barrier, a prayer. Adrian watched me from his camping chair. "What the hell are you doing now?" "Don't break this," I said, drawing the circle carefully around the tent. "I'm serious, Adrian. You don't want to invite anything in." He laughed like he always did, but it sounded forced this time. "Fine, vibe circle, whatever." Javier was quieter, setting up his camera on a tripod aimed at the ridge. "I'm running an infrared time-lapse tonight," he said, voice flat. "Just to see what's out there." The sun sank quickly, as if eager to abandon us. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in minutes. We huddled around the fire, the darkness pressing in from all sides. "We should tell stories," Adrian suggested, trying to lighten the mood. "Isn't that what people do around campfires?" "No," I said immediately. "No stories. Not here." Javier nodded in agreement. "Let's just be quiet." We sat in silence, the fire popping occasionally. I watched the protective circle I'd drawn, praying it would hold against whatever was out there. Adrian broke first. "Okay, this is stupid. We're sitting here scared of nothing. There's a perfectly logical explanation for what we saw." "Like what?" I asked. "I don't know. A coyote? A homeless guy? Maybe some reservation kids messing with the tourists?" "That wasn't human," Javier said quietly. "Whatever I caught on camera, the proportions were wrong." Adrian stood up. "I'm going to bed. You two can stay up all night freaking yourselves out if you want." We didn't hear the whistling that night. We heard something worse. It started with a smell. Around midnight, the air shifted. It was cold already, but this was something different, like opening a freezer and getting hit in the face with spoiled meat. Rotten, wet fur. It came in waves. Then came the noise, scratching. It was faint, barely there but distinct, like claws against fabric. It moved around the tent slowly. I held my breath. Adrian was silent too. Then it sniffed. I swear to God. It sniffed the tent wall, right next to my head. Long, heavy breaths, like it was tasting our scent. I didn't move. Neither did Adrian. A moment passed, then another. Then I heard Javier whisper from his side of the tent. "Guys, there's someone out there. They're looking at me." He sounded choked, afraid in a way I'd never heard before. I started to unzip the tent just a little, just enough to peek out. But something beat me to it. A shadow passed across the mesh. A shape, upright but bent. Its hands dragged across the fabric as it moved, slow and deliberate. Its fingers were too long. I backed away and grabbed my flashlight. The second I turned it on, everything stopped. No wind, no movement, no sound. Then from the tree line just past the fire came a voice. "Noah, boy." I felt every hair on my body stand up. It wasn't my grandfather this time. It was me. My voice, but wrong, hollow, like someone had recorded it and played it back through broken speakers. Then it said Adrian's name, then Javier's, in every voice but our own. "Javier, come see. You're not scared, are you?" The voice laughed. I turned to Javier. He was pale, sweating, gripping his camera like a weapon. "I saw it," he said. "It was wearing my face." "What?" "In the trees, just standing there. I saw its eyes. It smiled like me, Noah. But the mouth, it went too far." Adrian snapped. "Okay, enough of this. This is ridiculous. We're sitting here scared of the woods like kids. I'm gonna take a piss and come back, and you two better have grown a pair." "Don't leave the circle," I said quickly. "Adrian, don't break the circle." But he was already stepping through it. He muttered something about not being afraid of ghost stories and vanished into the dark. I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him and pull him back, but I didn't. The second he stepped out, the fire flickered. Then we heard it. Running. Not human running. Animalistic. Too fast. Circling. Javier gripped my arm. "Do you hear that?" Adrian came back into view, pale, wide-eyed, frozen. I think something's out there," he said, barely above a whisper. I felt it watching me. Then we heard a dry, rattling breath just behind him. I aimed the flashlight, and what we saw did not belong to this world. A figure hunched low, crawling fast on all fours. but the joints bent the wrong way, like a puppet with broken strings. Its back arched unnaturally, spine visible through its mottled skin, and when it stopped and stood, it unfolded like a spider standing upright. It had a face, a stretched, leathery face, but it was wearing it, not owning it. Sewn around its own twisted features, it smiled, and then it spoke in Javier's voice. "Come on, man, it's just a joke." I dragged Adrian back inside the circle. We piled sleeping bags, gear, and even the cooler in front of the tent's zipper. Then we heard a new sound. Zip. The tent was unzipping from the outside. I shoved my hand forward, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other. In the split-second glimpse through the half-open tent flap, I saw fingers, long, clawed, dirty, and bent backward, feeling along the zipper like it was learning what it was. Then Javier screamed, not inside the tent, outside. We burst out, but he was gone. Just gone. No struggle, no blood, no noise. Just his camera lying on the dirt, still recording. Adrian picked it up with shaking hands. We watched the footage right there using the back screen. It showed Javier sitting alone, looking toward the trees. Then a figure stepped into frame behind him. Not walked, crawled, like a lizard, down a tree, head first. Its arms reached out, then folded Javier into them like he was nothing. He didn't fight. He just vanished into the dark. And then the camera turned, on its own, and showed the face. Javier's face, grinning, wrong, stretched too wide. And then the feed cut out. We didn't speak, we didn't cry. We just packed what we could and started walking. We didn't know where. Just away. I never told Adrian what I saw in the firelight just before we left. Just past the ashes of the broken circle, there were hoof prints, barefoot tracks, and drag marks, and written in the ash in crooked block letters, "Let us in." We didn't stop walking until the sun came up. No sleep, no food, no plan. Just the two of us, me and Adrian, hauling what was left of our gear through miles of empty scrubland, hoping we'd hit a road or see headlights or something that didn't have a face sewn from someone we used to know. Javier was gone, and I wasn't even sure he died. That somehow made it worse. I tried to keep my mind moving, tried to focus on distance, direction, anything. But Adrian was breaking. He wasn't talking, not really, just muttering to himself, replaying the footage on Javier's camera over and over, even though the battery had died hours ago. It had his face, he kept saying. It was wearing his fucking face. The morning light revealed the landscape around us, red rocks, sparse vegetation, the vast emptiness of the desert. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt crowded, like eyes were watching from every shadow, every crevice. "We need to find help," I said, though I had no idea where to look. Cell service had been non-existent since we arrived. Adrian stopped suddenly, staring ahead. "Noah," he whispered, pointing. There, in the distance, was our SUV. All four doors were wide open. "How?" Adrian's voice cracked. "We parked miles from here." As we approached, I saw that the inside was gutted, ripped apart like a coyote had gotten into it, except there were no paw prints, just long, bare feet in the dust. And something else. Hooves, small ones, the kind you'd expect on a goat or a fawn, but spaced wrong, too far apart, like something bipedal wearing the wrong skin. The seats had been clawed up. My backpack was open, every item inside arranged in a neat little pile across the windshield, like it was studying us, like it knew what mattered. The driver's side window had a message scratched into the glass from the inside. "We follow your voice." I dropped the keys. They wouldn't matter anyway, the battery was stone dead. "We're being hunted," I said flatly. "It's not just trying to scare us. It wants us lost, alone." Adrian nodded, still blank-faced, hollow-eyed. I remembered something my grandfather told me when I was 9, that if you're being followed by something not of this world, you don't go home, you don't run straight, you don't give it a trail to follow. Instead, you head to where the old spirits sleep. That's when I remembered the Hogan. The Hogan was built by my grandfather's grandfather, half buried in the canyon near the old shepherd paths. He used to take me there sometimes when I was a kid. It was sacred, untouched, maybe even protected. We need to go there, I told Adrian, pointing toward a distant ridge. There's a place, a safe place. Adrian didn't question me. He just nodded, eyes scanning the horizon nervously. Will it follow us? Yes, I said, not sugarcoating it. But we might have a chance there. The sun climbed higher, beating down on us as we trudged across the harsh terrain. My mouth was dry, lips cracking. We had one bottle of water between us, and I was trying to make it last. Adrian kept looking over his shoulder. Do you feel that? I did. The weight of eyes on our backs. The sense that we were being allowed to walk, not escaping. Just keep moving, I said. Don't look back. The farther we got into the canyon, the quieter it became. No birds, no wind. Not even our footsteps made much sound anymore, like the rocks were listening. Around noon, we started hearing them again. Our own voices, from behind the rocks, from the ridges above us. Always just far enough that we couldn't see where they were coming from. Adrian, you left me, bro. Noah, it's Javier. I'm okay. I just need help. But there was no echo, no weight to the words. They floated, hollow. Adrian broke first. He turned sharply and screamed into the rocks. Shut up, you're not him. The canyon responded in perfect mimicry. Shut up, you're not him. Same tone, same rage, same pitch, but higher, like a child mocking its parent. That's when the rocks started falling. Not a landslide, just a warning. Something was above us. I grabbed Adrian's arm. Don't engage with it. That's what it wants. His eyes were wild, unfocused. I can't do this, Noah. I can't. Yes, you can. I cut him off. Think about Javier. We need to make it out to tell someone what happened. That seemed to center him. He nodded, took a deep breath. We continued deeper into the canyon. The walls rose around us, casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of the sun's position. The air grew thick, almost difficult to breathe. From somewhere in the distance came a sound like laughing children, but distorted, stretched out. What is that? Adrian whispered. Don't listen, I said, but I was listening too. The laughter shifted, morphed into something that sounded like a wounded animal, then back to laughter. As we rounded a bend in the canyon, I saw something that made my heart skip. There, on the rock wall, were handprints. Dozens of them, in red ochre, ancient Navajo markings. We're close, I said, feeling a surge of hope. The Hogans just beyond that ridge. The handprints watched us pass. I could almost feel them reaching for us, warning us. Adrian suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on something ahead. Noah, he said, his voice barely audible. Look. Standing in the center of the path was a deer, perfectly still. Its eyes reflected nothing, two black voids staring back at us. And its legs, they bent the wrong way. Don't move, I whispered. The deer's head twitched, neck cracking as it turned at an impossible angle. Its mouth opened, wider than any deer's mouth should, and from it came Javier's voice. Guys, wait for me. Adrian stumbled backward. The deer took a step forward, its hooves leaving human-like footprints in the dust. Run, I said, and we did, sprinting past the creature as it began to shed its skin, revealing something dark and glistening beneath. We ran until our lungs burned, until the canyon walls blurred around us. Behind us something gave chase. I could hear it scrambling over rocks, its breathing ragged and wet. Then, as we crested a small rise, I saw it. The Hogan. We reached the Hogan by late afternoon. It was half buried into the side of a slope, its door sealed with thick planks, the red clay walls covered in faded symbols. Navajo protection glyphs. Some scratched away, some still strong. I pushed the door open and nearly wept. Inside it smelled like cedar and sage, dusty but untouched. In the center there was a small circle of black ash, intact. We dropped everything and sat inside it. I grabbed the old satchel from the altar shelf, my grandfather's pouch of blessed ash and turquoise chips, and kept it clutched tight in my hands, like it was the only real thing left in the world. What is this place? Adrian asked. looking around in wonder at the small, dome-shaped structure. A sacred dwelling, I explained, running my hand along the smooth clay wall. My family has kept this place for generations. It's protected. Adrian nodded, not understanding, but accepting. He was past questioning anything at this point. I began to explain the significance of the Hogan, how it was built with the door facing east to welcome the morning sun, how the smoke hole in the center connected us to the sky. But my words trailed off as the air outside turned thick like we were being suffocated by silence. Then came the knock, 3 times, slow, rhythmic, like it had all the time in the world. I held my breath. Another knock, but it came from the opposite side of the Hogan now. Then another, above us, on the roof. Adrian whimpered. "It's surrounding us." "No," I whispered. "It is us. It's inside our heads." Then the voice came, right outside the door. Javier's voice. "Noah, open up, man, I'm hurt." Silence. Then it came again, from behind us this time. "Please, it's so dark out here, don't leave me out here." I stood, stepped toward the door. Adrian grabbed my arm. "Don't." "I'm not," I said. "I think it knows it's losing." Outside it growled. Not like a bear, not like a coyote. Something deep and wet, like breath caught in a throat too long. The voice changed. "Noah." It wasn't Javier anymore, it was my grandfather. "Open the door, son, we need to bury you." My knees buckled. Then something slammed against the wall so hard it shook the dirt from the ceiling. Then again, the door cracked. Wood splintered. It was coming in. I ripped open the satchel, grabbed the ash, whispered the only prayer I could remember. My diné was rusty, but I spoke it anyway, with everything I had. And when the door shattered and the thing crawled in, I saw its real face. It had none. Just raw sinew. Holes for eyes. A mouth that stretched and warped and split open as it screamed. But its scream was layered. Dozens of voices all at once, like a choir of the dead. I threw the ash in its face. It hit like acid. It screeched, a sound so sharp it made my ears bleed, and burst into fire without flame. A white-hot flash that lit the Hogan like a furnace. It didn't run. It crawled out backwards, screaming all the way, bones snapping, skin tearing off as it went. Then it was gone, and the silence returned. Adrian was huddled in the corner, hands over his ears, eyes squeezed shut. I crawled to him, put a hand on his shoulder. "It's gone," I said. "For now." He looked up at me, eyes red-rimmed. What was that thing? I shook my head. Something old. Something that doesn't belong in this world anymore. We sat in silence as darkness fell outside. The ash circle in the center of the Hogan seemed to glow faintly, a barrier between us and what waited beyond the broken door. I told Adrian what my grandfather had taught me, that there were things in this world that hungered for human form, human voice. That they could wear your skin, your memories, if you let them in. "Will it come back?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "But not tonight. The Hogan will hold." As we settled in for the night, Adrian finally fell into an exhausted sleep. But I stayed awake, watching the doorway, listening to the night sounds return. An owl, wind through juniper, normal sounds. The world was balancing itself again. But as I drifted toward sleep, I heard a whisper, not from outside, from inside my own head. "Noah, we're still here." The sun rose like it had no idea what had happened. Golden light spilled through the broken door of the Hogan, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Adrian was curled up in the ashes, still sleeping. I was standing on the ridge above the Hogan, staring at nothing. I'd gone outside as dawn broke, needing to breathe, to feel something normal. The desert stretched out before me, beautiful and indifferent. No sign of what had hunted us, no tracks, no blood, nothing, but I could feel it. A thinness in the air, like the barrier between worlds had been stretched too far and hadn't quite snapped back into place. I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Adrian climbing up to join me. His face was haggard, eyes sunken with exhaustion. "You okay?" he asked. I almost laughed. "No." He nodded. "Yeah, me neither," We stood in silence, watching the landscape wake up. A hawk circled overhead, insects buzzed, normal things. "We need to find a way out of here," Adrian said eventually. "Find help." "For what?" I asked. "For Javier?" The question hung between us. What could we possibly tell anyone? Who would believe us? "I just want to go home," Adrian said, his voice cracking. "I know," I said. "Me too." We gathered what little we had left and started walking. The GPS on Adrian's phone was dead, but I had a general sense of direction. If we headed east, we'd eventually hit a main road. The day grew hot quickly. Sweat soaked through my shirt, but I felt cold inside. Empty. Like something had been scooped out of me. Adrian was talking more now, planning what we'd say when we found help. A story about getting lost, about Javier wandering off. A normal, believable tragedy. I let him talk. It seemed to keep him together. Around midday, we heard the distant sound of an engine. We froze, then started running toward it. Over a rise, we saw a ranger vehicle driving slowly along a dirt road. We shouted, waved our arms. The vehicle stopped. The ranger who stepped out looked us over with concern. Two dehydrated, terrified young men appearing out of nowhere. "You boys okay?" he asked. Adrian started our practice story immediately. We were filming a documentary, got separated from our friend, spent the night lost. The ranger radioed for help, gave us water. Everything happened quickly after that. More rangers. Questions. Search parties organized for Javier. I went through the motions, answering questions mechanically. Yes, we were filming. No, we didn't see where he went. Yes, we spent the night in an old structure. They didn't ask about the fear in our eyes, about why we jumped at shadows, about why I kept checking behind the ranger as he spoke to us. By evening, we were in a ranger station. They'd given us food, more water, blankets. Adrian was talking to someone about filing a missing persons report. I sat alone, staring at the wall. I felt hollow, disconnected, like I wasn't quite back in the real world yet. A shadow fell across me, and I looked up to see an older Navajo man standing there. He wasn't in uniform. Something about his eyes reminded me of my grandfather. "You went to the old places," he said. Not a question. I nodded. "And you brought something back." My heart stuttered. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he handed me a small pouch, similar to the one I'd used in the Hogan. "Keep this close," he said. "Don't speak its name. Don't acknowledge it. It will fade." Before I could ask more, he was gone. Just a retreat of footsteps and the closing of a door. I opened the pouch. Inside was ash, sage, and a small carved stone figure. Protection. Adrian came back looking drained. "They're sending out search teams at first light, but they don't sound hopeful." "They won't find him," I said. Adrian didn't argue. He knew Javier's body was never found. We gave them the story they expected. We got lost. Javier wandered off. We panicked. That was it. They didn't push. The wilderness was vast. People disappeared in it all the time. Adrian deleted the footage. Every file, every photo. He said he couldn't bear to look at it, but I knew the truth. He was afraid of what might look back. We flew home 3 days later. Adrian didn't talk much on the flight. He stared out the window, flinching occasionally at nothing. When we landed, he hugged me tightly, then disappeared into the crowd at baggage claim. I never saw him again. His social media went dark a month later. His phone was disconnected. When I went to his apartment, a different family answered the door. They said they'd been living there for weeks. I moved back in with my grandmother in Gallup and spent the next 3 weeks in ceremony. Cleansing, fasting, burning prayers into cedar wood. She didn't ask what happened. She just looked at me one night and said, "You brought something back with you." I asked what she meant. She pointed to my shadow on the wall. It was still, even when I moved. "Some things don't just wear your skin," she said quietly. "They wear your voice, your memories, and if you're not careful, they wear you." I still dream about the canyon, about what happened there. In my dreams, I'm running through endless red rock corridors, pursued by something that calls my name in every voice I've ever loved. Sometimes I wake up to find dirt on my sheets, sand in my shoes, no memory of where I've been. Last week, I found myself standing in front of the mirror at 3 a.m., with no recollection of how I got there. For just a second, my reflection smiled before I did. I don't go out at night anymore. I don't answer when someone calls my name unless I can see their face. I keep my grandfather's pouch around my neck, refreshing the contents daily. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I hear whistling, a single note rising slowly, testing. And sometimes, God help me, I want to whistle back. Because here's the truth I haven't told anyone. Part of me is still out there, in that canyon, with whatever took Javier, whatever wears my shadow. And it's patient, so patient, waiting for me to let it. I never thought much about folklore growing up in eastern Tennessee. Sure, we had our share of local legends, tales of strange lights in the mountains, unexplained disappearances, and creatures that stalk the deep woods. But those were just stories meant to keep kids from wandering too far from home, or so I thought. That changed in the fall of 1998, and nothing's been the same since. Looking back, I had a pretty typical Southern upbringing. My dad worked at the paper mill in Knoxville, and my mom taught second grade at the elementary school. Weekends were spent hiking the trails around our house or camping with my Boy Scout troop. I learned to track deer, start fires, and read the weather from cloud patterns. Basic survival skills that would later save my life, though I didn't know it then. I met Jake Thompson in 6th grade when his family moved down from Michigan. He was this quiet, thoughtful kid who loved reading about local history and wildlife. We bonded over our shared interest in the outdoors, spending countless afternoons exploring the woods behind our neighborhoods. Sam Mitchell joined our group in high school, a practical, level-headed guy who could always be counted on in a crisis. And then there was Chris Rodriguez, the wild card of our group. He transferred in senior year and immediately clicked with us, bringing an energy and spontaneity that balanced out our more cautious natures. After graduation, we scattered like leaves in the wind. I stayed local, taking classes at the community college while working part-time as a tour guide at the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Jake went to study environmental science at UTK, Sam got his real estate license and started selling houses in Gatlinburg, and Chris bounced around, picking up odd jobs and chasing whatever adventure caught his eye that week. We tried to stay in touch, but life has a way of pulling people apart. Phone calls became less frequent. Planned meetups fell through, and soon we were down to exchanging Christmas cards and the occasional email. That's why it felt like a gift when Jake called out of the blue in September '98, suggesting we rent a cabin for a weekend. Just like old times, he said. No phones, no computers, just us and the mountains. I should have known something was off when he mentioned the cabin's location. It was deep in a part of the mountains I'd never heard of, despite growing up in the area and working as a guide. When I asked about it, Jake just said he'd found it through a friend of a friend. The price was surprisingly low for peak fall season, but we were all too excited about the reunion to question our luck. The week before the trip, I had this recurring dream. I was standing in a forest at night, but something was wrong with the trees. They seemed to bend away from something I couldn't see, and there was this sound, not quite a voice, not quite an animal call, that made my teeth ache. I'd wake up with my heart racing, the sound still echoing in my head. Should have taken it as a warning, I suppose. But who believes in omens these days? Planning the trip became my obsession in the days leading up to it. Maybe it was those dreams pushing me to be more thorough than usual, or maybe some part of me sensed what was coming. I spent hours poring over topographical maps of the area, trying to pinpoint the cabin's exact location. The directions Jake sent were vague. Take the unmarked road past Miller's Creek, follow it until it forks, then take the left path. And I couldn't find half the landmarks he mentioned on any official map. I packed like I was preparing for an expedition rather than a weekend getaway. My old Army surplus backpack was stuffed with emergency supplies, First aid kit, waterproof matches, space blankets, water purification tablets, enough rope to rappel down a small cliff. Sam teased me about it when he saw me loading the truck. Planning to survive the apocalypse up there, Mark? But I noticed he had his own well-worn survival kit tucked among his bags. The weather forecast was perfect for late September. Cool nights, warm days, and clear skies. But I checked 3 different weather services just to be sure. The last thing we needed was to get caught in one of those sudden mountain storms that can turn a simple hike into a fight for survival. Everything looked good. Almost too good. Jake had taken charge of the food planning, insisting on bringing enough to feed an army. Better to have too much than not enough, he said. But there was something in his voice when he said it. Like he was trying to convince himself more than us. Chris was supposed to bring the drinks. Knowing him, that meant enough beer to float a battleship. And Sam handled the camping gear. The night before we left, I got another call from Jake. He was checking to make sure I had packed extra flashlights and batteries. The cabin has electricity, he said, but you never know. There was a pause, and then he added, and maybe throw in some flares, just in case. When I asked what we'd need flares for, he laughed it off. But it wasn't his usual laugh. I stayed up late that night, double-checking my gear and adding a few more items. A heavy-duty machete I'd bought years ago but never used, a compass that had belonged to my grandfather, and yes, a pack of emergency flares. As I was zipping up the bag, my hand brushed against something cold at the bottom. An old silver cross my mother had given me when I first started hiking alone. I hadn't thought about it in years, but something made me pull it out and slip it into my pocket. Looking back, I think we all felt it, that subliminal tension, like the pressure drop before a massive storm. We were each preparing in our own way for something we couldn't name. But none of our preparations would be enough for what was waiting for us in those mountains. The drive up to the cabin felt longer than it should have. Maybe it was the way the roads kept getting narrower, or how the GPS signal flickered and died about halfway there. Jake's truck led the way, kicking up dust that made it hard to see sometimes. The forest pressed in closer with each mile, until the trees formed a kind of tunnel overhead, their branches interweaving like fingers. We lost the paved road around noon. The dirt track that replaced it wasn't on any of my maps, and it wound deeper into a part of the mountains I'd never seen before. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I'd spent years exploring these woods, leading tours through every major trail and quite a few minor ones. But this area felt different, older somehow. The cabin appeared suddenly, nestled in a small clearing. It was bigger than I expected, all weathered wood and stone, with a wraparound porch that had seen better days. What caught my attention first was the silence. Not peace and quiet, but true silence. The kind that feels like a physical presence. No birds calling, no insects buzzing, not even wind in the trees. "Nice place," Sam said as we unloaded the trucks, but his voice was uncertain. Chris didn't seem to notice anything wrong, already pulling beers from his cooler and talking about setting up the fire pit. Jake kept looking at the tree line, his movements tense and precise as he carried supplies inside. The interior of the cabin smelled of old wood and something else I couldn't quite identify, sweet but chemical, like fermented fruit mixed with cleaning supplies. There were 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with ancient appliances, and a large main room dominated by a stone fireplace. The previous occupants had left a stack of firewood next to it, though the logs looked oddly aged, almost fossilized. We spent that first afternoon settling in, trying to recapture the easy friendship of our younger days. Chris cracked jokes about the cabin's rustic plumbing, Sam explored every room with a realtor's critical eye, and Jake kept drifting to the windows, staring out at the forest that surrounded us on all sides. I found myself doing the same thing. Something about those woods didn't sit right. The trees seemed to grow at unusual angles, leaning away from certain spots as if avoiding something. The shadows between them were deeper than they should have been, even accounting for the dense canopy overhead. As evening approached, we decided to take a short hike before dinner just to scout the immediate area. There was what looked like a trail leading away from the cabin, though it was overgrown and barely visible in places. Chris took point, machete in hand, while the rest of us followed in single file. The forest felt wrong with every step. The ground was too soft in places, almost spongy, and the air had a thickness to it that made breathing uncomfortable. Even Chris's usual chatter died away after the first quarter mile. We all felt it, the weight of unseen eyes watching our every move. About half a mile from the cabin, we found the first sign that something was truly wrong. The trail opened into a small clearing, and in the center stood a single tree unlike any I'd seen before. Its bark was black and seemed to shimmer with an oily iridescence. The branches were bare despite the season, twisted into shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. "What kind of tree is that?" Sam asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Jake, our resident nature expert, just shook his head. It shouldn't be here." Chris stepped closer, reaching out to touch the bark, but Jake grabbed his arm. "Don't," he said sharply. "Just don't." That's when we noticed the ground around the tree. No grass grew within a perfect circle around its base, and the dirt had a strange, crystalline quality, as if it had been subjected to intense heat. But it was what lay beyond the dead zone that made my skin crawl. Mushrooms arranged in a perfect spiral pattern, each one glowing with a faint, sickly phosphorescence. "We should head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It'll be dark soon." No one argued. We turned around and walked quickly back to the cabin, our earlier conversation replaced by tense silence. The sun was setting by the time we reached the clearing, painting the sky in shades of red that seemed too vivid, too liquid. That night, as we sat around the fireplace trying to pretend everything was normal, we could hear things moving in the darkness outside. Not the familiar sounds of nocturnal wildlife, but something else, something that made the floorboards creak as it circled the cabin, testing our defenses. None of us slept well that night, and in the morning we found prints in the mud around the cabin, prints that started out looking like bear tracks but changed gradually, becoming something else entirely by the time they disappeared back into the woods. None of us wanted to talk about the tracks. We ate breakfast in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, jumping at every sound from outside. Chris tried to lighten the mood, suggesting we crack open beers at 9 in the morning, but his laugh was hollow. Even he couldn't shake off what we'd seen. It was Jake who finally said what we were all thinking. "We need to check it out." "Check what out?" Sam asked, but we knew. The tracks led deeper into the woods, away from the strange tree we'd found yesterday, into a part of the forest that seemed darker despite the morning sun. "If there's something dangerous out here, we should know about it," Jake continued. "I've got my camera. We document everything, then get out of here and report it to the Park Service." I wanted to argue, to suggest we just pack up and leave, but he was right. As a tour guide, I had a responsibility. If something was wrong in these mountains, we needed to know. We geared up like we were heading into combat. I strapped on my largest hunting knife and packed extra batteries for my flashlight. Sam brought his grandfather's old revolver. Technically not legal in the park, but right then I was glad to have it. Chris was uncharacteristically quiet as he filled his backpack with supplies. The tracks were even stranger in daylight. They started as clear bear prints, but gradually elongated, the claw marks getting longer, more articulated. After about 50 yards, they barely looked animal at all. The forest changed as we followed the trail. The trees grew closer together, their branches twisted and wrong, creating a canopy so dense that it felt like twilight even at mid-morning. The air grew thick and stagnant with that same sweet chemical smell from the cabin, only stronger. About a mile in, we found the kill site. "Jesus Christ," Sam whispered. It had been a deer, or what was left of one, but no predator I knew could have done this. The carcass wasn't torn apart or eaten. It was arranged. The bones had been carefully separated and laid out in a pattern that made my head hurt to look at. The flesh was gone but not consumed. It looked almost dissolved. Jake started taking pictures with shaking hands. Chris turned away and retched into the underbrush. But it was what Sam found that made my blood run cold. "Guys," he called, his voice cracking. "There's more." Just beyond the deer, we found other remains, small animals, rabbits, raccoons, foxes, all arranged in the same impossible pattern. And beyond that, something that made us all stop breathing for a moment, shreds of fabric, torn and stained, but recognizably from human clothing. "We need to go," Chris said, backing away. "Right now." That's when we heard it, a sound that didn't belong in any forest on Earth, like whale song played backwards, echoing through the trees. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. "Run," I whispered. No one argued. We crashed through the underbrush, all thoughts of following trails forgotten. Behind us, the strange sound grew louder, and with it came a noise like something massive moving through the trees. Branches snapped and cracked, but not like any animal I'd ever heard. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. Something was flowing through the forest behind us. Not running, not walking, but flowing, like liquid shadow given form. It moved between the trees with impossible grace, bending in ways that violated everything I knew about anatomy. And it was fast. We burst into a small clearing, and there it was, the thing from my nightmares. It rose up before us, tall as three men standing on each other's shoulders, its form constantly shifting like smoke, but somehow horribly solid at the same time. Where its face should have been, there were only eyes, dozens of them, glowing with a pale, milky blue light that seemed to pierce right through me. Sam raised the revolver with trembling hands and fired. The sound was deafening in the enclosed forest. The thing didn't even flinch. Instead, it made a sound, that awful backwards whale song, and then it laughed. The laugh was the worst part. It started as something almost human, then split into multiple voices, each one wrong in its own unique way. And as it laughed, its form began to change. The creature's laugh echoed through the trees as we ran, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The forest itself felt like it was changing around us, branches reaching down like grasping fingers, roots rising up to trip our feet. The very air grew thick and syrupy, making each step feel like wading through mud. Sam's gun was empty, the shots having done nothing but anger the thing behind us. Jake had dropped his camera somewhere in the chaos, and Chris was starting to fall behind, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Keep moving," I screamed, grabbing Chris's arm and yanking him forward. The thing was toying with us now, appearing between trees ahead, then behind, then to our sides. Each glimpse showed it in a different form, sometimes tall and spindly, sometimes broad and hulking, but always wrong, always shifting. We crashed through a stand of dead trees and found ourselves in another clearing. This one was different from the others. The ground was black and crystalline, like volcanic glass, and in the center stood what looked like a stone altar, ancient and worn. Symbols were carved into its surface, symbols that seemed to move when you looked at them directly. "Oh God," Jake whispered. "I've seen these before." "What?" Sam demanded, still pointing his empty gun at the surrounding trees. "What are they?" "In the old papers, the ones from the first settlers. They wrote about finding places like this, but all the accounts stopped suddenly, like the writers just..." Jake's voice trailed off as the temperature plunged again. The thing emerged from the trees like oil seeping through cloth. Its form was more solid now, more defined, but that only made it worse. I could see how its joints bent backward, how its limbs multiplied and merged at random, how its skin rippled with colors that shouldn't exist in nature. "You begin to understand," it said, its voice a chorus of impossible sounds. "This was our place long before it was yours, long before there were things like yours and mine." Chris made a small broken sound and fell to his knees. The thing's many eyes fixed on him, and its form shimmered like heat waves over hot pavement. "The young one knows," it said. "He has seen us before. In dreams he tries to forget, just as you have, Mark." The way it said my name made my teeth ache. Because it was right. I had seen it before in those dreams the week before the trip. But they hadn't been dreams at all, had they? They had been messages. Warnings. "What do you want?" Sam's voice was barely a whisper. The thing's form rippled again, and suddenly it was everywhere, surrounding us, above us, beneath us. The clearing itself seemed to pulse with its presence. Want? It laughed that terrible laugh again. We do not want. We are. We have always been. And now you are here, in our place, where the walls between worlds grow thin. Jake was muttering something under his breath, a prayer maybe, or an equation. His scientific mind trying desperately to make sense of what couldn't be understood. But I saw the moment when something inside him broke, when he finally accepted that everything he thought he knew about the world was wrong. The creature began to move closer, its many limbs leaving trails of phosphorescent light in the air. The ground under our feet started to feel less solid, as if we were standing on the surface of a lake rather than earth. Your kind has such interesting ways of breaking, it said almost tenderly. Each one different, each one perfect. That's when I remembered the flares in my backpack, the ones Jake had insisted I bring. As the thing reached for us with limbs that bent reality itself, I fumbled with the zipper, my fingers numb with terror. The creature noticed. Its form solidified slightly, becoming something almost bear-like, if bears were made of shadow and nightmare. Light? It made a sound like grinding glass. You think your little fires can harm us? No, I said, finally getting the flare free. But I think they can show us the way out. I struck the flare. The world exploded into crimson light. The flare's crimson light cut through the darkness like a knife, casting everything in shades of blood and shadow. For a moment the creature recoiled, its form rippling and fragmenting like a reflection in disturbed water. But then it began to laugh again, and in the red glare, I saw its true form. What I'd seen before had been a mask, I realized, a shape it wore to keep our minds from shattering completely. But now, in the harsh chemical light of the flare, I saw what it really was. I wish to God I hadn't. It was vast, far larger than it had appeared before. Its body seemed to exist in multiple places at once, folding through space in ways that made my eyes water. Where I had seen dozens of eyes before, now I saw hundreds, thousands, each one a different color, each one containing what looked like entire galaxies swirling in their depths. Its flesh was both solid and transparent, showing layers of reality beneath like pages in a book. Now you see, it said, its voice resonating not just in our ears, but in our bones, our teeth, our minds. Now you understand what walks in the spaces between your world and others, Chris screamed. Not a scream of fear or pain, but something deeper. The sound of a mind trying to reject what it was seeing. He turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush. The creature's form rippled with what might have been amusement. The young one runs, it said. They always run. It makes the game more interesting. Jake grabbed my arm. The flare, he gasped. Keep it between us and that thing. Sam was backing away slowly, his empty gun still raised. What do we do? His voice cracked. Mark, what do we do? The thing began to move toward us, its massive form flowing around the trees like water. Where it touched the vegetation, things began to change. Leaves curled and blackened, bark peeled away to reveal flesh-like surfaces underneath. The very air seemed to warp around it. Your friend is already ours, it said, multiple mouths moving in impossible synchronization. He runs deeper into our domain with every step. Would you like to hear him realize that? As if on cue, a scream echoed through the woods. Chris's voice, but distorted, stretched into something inhuman. The sound cut off abruptly. No. Sam started forward, but Jake held him back. That's what it wants. Jake's voice was surprisingly steady. It's trying to separate us. The creature's form rippled with what might have been approval. The clever one understands, but understanding will not save you. Nothing can save you here, in this place where your laws of nature are merely suggestions. The flare was starting to sputter. In its dying light, I saw movement in the trees around us, shapes that might have been branches, might have been limbs, might have been tentacles. The ground beneath our feet had become soft and yielding, like flesh. Your kind has such fascinating minds, the thing continued, moving closer. So fragile, yet so resilient. You build walls of reason and science to protect yourselves from the truth, that you are not the dominant species of this world. You never were. The flare went out. In the sudden darkness, I felt something brush against my mind. A presence vast and alien, filled with knowledge that no human was meant to possess. Images flooded my consciousness. Cities built in geometries that couldn't exist. Beings that moved between dimensions like we move between rooms. Truths that made mockery of everything we thought we knew about reality. "Stop," I heard Jake whisper. "Please stop." The creature's laugh echoed through the darkness. "Stop? We have not yet begun. Your friend Chris is learning so much. Would you like to join his education?" Something grabbed my ankle. Not a hand, not a tentacle, but something that felt like both and neither. I kicked free and stumbled backward, colliding with Sam. The darkness around us was alive now, moving with purpose. That's when I remembered the cross in my pocket. My mother's silver cross, the one I'd grabbed on impulse before leaving. As the creature's presence pressed against my mind again, I clutched it tightly. The thing paused. "Ah," it said, its voice now holding something like genuine interest. "Faith. How quaint. Do you think your symbols have power here? In this place between places?" But something had changed. The pressure on my mind had lessened slightly. The cross was warm in my hand, almost hot. "Run," I whispered to Sam and Jake. "When I light the second flare, run." The creature's form began to coalesce again, gathering itself for what I knew would be its final attack. "There is nowhere to run," it said. "This forest is ours. It has always been ours. Your paths will only lead you deeper." I pulled out the second flare with trembling hands. "Maybe," I said, "but we're going to try anyway." I struck the flare. The second flare's light cut through the darkness like a blade, but this time I was ready for what it revealed. In the crimson glare, the creature's true form writhed and twisted, its countless eyes reflecting the light like a hall of mirrors. But I held my mother's cross in one hand and the flare in the other, and somehow, impossibly, it seemed to hesitate. "Now!" I screamed, and we ran. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip our feet. Behind us, the creature's rage manifested as a physical force, trees groaning and splitting, the ground itself seeming to ripple like waves on a pond. Its roar was the sound of reality tearing. "Don't look back," Jake gasped as we ran. "Whatever you do, don't look back." But Sam did look back. I heard his strangled gasp, and then he stumbled. I grabbed his arm, hauling him forward, but I could see in his eyes that he'd seen something no human mind was meant to process. The forest was transforming around us. Trees twisted into impossible shapes, their bark splitting to reveal pulsing, flesh-like surfaces underneath. The air itself felt thick and syrupy, resistant to our movement. And everywhere, those eyes watched us, in the shadows, in the spaces between trees, in the very air itself. Then we heard Chris's voice. "Help me," it called from somewhere in the darkness. "Please, I can see everything now. It's so beautiful." "That's not Chris," Jake panted as we ran. "Not anymore." The flare was dying, its light growing dimmer with each step. In the fading illumination, I saw something that gave me hope. A break in the trees ahead, and beyond it, the faint glow of artificial light. The access road. We'd been running in the right direction after all. Or had we? The creature's laugh echoed through the trees again. "Do you think we would let you leave so easily?" its many voices asked. "Everything you see is what we want you to see. Every path leads deeper into our domain." But the cross in my hand was still warm, almost burning now, and something deep inside told me the light ahead was real. "Trust me," I gasped to the others. "Just trust me." We burst through the final line of trees just as the flare sputtered out, and there, like a miracle, was the road, and on it, a Park Service truck, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The driver was already out, staring into the woods with a flashlight in hand. "Over here!" I screamed. Behind us, the creature's rage manifested as a physical wave of force. Trees bent and snapped, the ground buckled, and that awful laugh echoed one final time, but we were already running for the truck. "Get in!" the ranger shouted, though he didn't need to tell us twice. We piled into the vehicle as he gunned the engine. As we sped away, I looked back through the rear window. In the fading light, I saw something massive move through the trees, its form constantly shifting and changing. But it didn't follow us beyond the tree line. It didn't have to. It knew we would carry the memory of it forever. The official report reads like a bad fiction story. Animal attack, species unknown, possible bear or mountain lion, though they never found any conclusive evidence. Chris's disappearance was logged as another tragic case of a hiker lost in the wilderness. The physical injuries healed quickly enough. The cuts, the bruises, the sprained ankles from running. But the other wounds went deeper. Sam checked himself into a psychiatric facility 2 weeks after the incident. He couldn't sleep, couldn't close his eyes without seeing what he'd glimpsed when he looked back. He's better now, on medication, but he never goes into the woods anymore. Jake threw himself into research, trying to make sense of what we'd encountered. He found old reports, local legends, similar incidents dating back to the first European settlers, and even earlier in Native American lore. The obsession cost him his job at UTK, his marriage, everything. Last I heard, he was living in Arizona, as far from the forests of Tennessee as he could get. As for me, I still work as a guide, but only on the main trails, only during daylight hours. I can't handle the deep woods anymore. The dreams never really stopped. Dreams of eyes in the darkness, of voices that speak in frequencies human ears weren't meant to hear, of truths that lurk just beyond the edge of comprehension. 3 months after our encounter, 2 college students went missing in the same area. Search and rescue found nothing but some torn clothing and strange tracks that seemed to defy physics. The area was officially closed due to unstable ground conditions, but the stories keep coming. Other hikers, other guides, all with similar tales. The unnatural silence, the feeling of being watched, glimpses of something that shouldn't exist. The local Native Americans avoid that part of the mountains entirely. "Bad medicine," one elder told me when I asked. "That place belongs to the old ones. It always has." The Park Service installed new warning signs and rerouted several trails. They blamed geological instability, toxic gas pockets from underground sources, anything that fit into their understanding of the world. It's easier that way. Safer. 5 years have passed since that night. I still have my mother's cross. It hangs above my bed now, and sometimes in the dark hours before dawn, I swear it grows warm, as if warning me of something drawing near. The rational part of my mind says it's impossible, that I imagined everything that happened that night. But I know better now. Our world is like a thin crust of ice over a deep, dark ocean. We tell ourselves we're safe as long as we stay on the surface, as long as we don't look too closely at the shadows moving in the depths below. But sometimes the ice cracks. Sometimes things from the deep places rise up and remind us that we are not the masters of this world. We are not even its primary inhabitants. I still love the mountains, still guide tours through their more traveled paths. When visitors ask about going off trail, about exploring the deep woods, I give them the usual safety warnings. But sometimes, when I see that look in their eyes, that yearning to push beyond the boundaries, I want to tell them the truth. About the things that wait in the shadows. About the doors that open to places we were never meant to see. About the creatures that walk between worlds, like we walk between rooms. Instead, I tell them to trust their instincts. That feeling that makes the hair on your neck stand up. That sudden, inexplicable urge to turn back. That's not just fear. It's wisdom passed down from when our ancestors huddled around fires, knowing that beyond the light, beyond the safe places, something watched and waited. Something that still watches and waits. The forest keeps its secrets. Some of them are older than humanity itself, and some of them have teeth. This particular story happened when I was a teenager, more than 15 years ago now. I grew up in the Adirondacks, spending most of my childhood and teenage years camping or just generally being outside in some capacity. The wilderness was my sanctuary, my playground. and eventually the setting for something that would haunt my dreams for decades to come. 2 summers in a row, I joined a conservation group that would travel around the rural back roads and pick up any garbage that inconsiderate people had dumped. Mostly it was just a cleaning job, usually along the roadside where beer cans and fast food wrappers accumulated like urban tumbleweeds. The work was honest and gave me a sense of purpose. Plus it paid enough to keep me in camping gear and hiking boots. Our group consisted of about 12 teenagers, all of us outdoorsy types who preferred the company of trees to the drama of high school hallways. The program was run by Carlton, a grizzled park ranger in his 50s who'd seen everything the mountains could throw at a person. He had stories that could curl your hair and scars that mapped out adventures I could only dream of having. Occasionally, however, we would be asked by the rangers to clean up trails or county roads where people would dump their trash deeper in the woods. These were the jobs that separated the serious volunteers from the ones just looking for easy community service hours. The deeper you went into the wilderness, the stranger the things people discarded became. On that particular day in late July, the air was thick with humidity and the promise of an afternoon thunderstorm. The group I was in had to split up and take different quadrants to cover more ground efficiently. We were each given GPS units, though back then, their accuracy was usually within 100 meters if you were lucky. The technology was primitive compared to what we have now, and the thick canopy often interfered with the signal. This wasn't an issue for me, as I had dreams of being a trail guide or forest ranger back then. I could navigate by compass, read topographical maps, and identify landmarks that most people would walk right past. The woods were my element, and I felt more comfortable alone on a mountain trail than I did in my own bedroom. However, others in the group were uncomfortable with the isolation and chose to stay closer to the main roads where cell service was spotty but existed. This left me volunteering to be dropped off at the end of Forest Service Road 47, walking my way back to the agreed area of pickup several miles away. Carlton handed me extra supplies since I'd be working alone. "You sure about this, kid?" he asked, squinting at me from under his faded Park Service cap. "That area's gotten some complaints lately, people dumping all sorts of nasty stuff back there." I assured him I could handle it. At 17, I thought I was invincible, and I'd seen enough dumped garbage to know what to expect, or so I thought. We each were given a roll of heavy-duty garbage bags and a poke stick to collect the trash safely. The poke stick was essential gear. You never knew what might be hiding under a pile of refuse, from broken glass to used needles to things that might bite back. The area I was dropped off at was known for being one of the larger illegal dump sites in the region. People would drive their pickup trucks down the old logging road and drop off their old couches, chairs, mattresses, and other various pieces of furniture, rather than pay the dump fees. It was a constant battle between the rangers and the lazy cheapskates who treated the wilderness like their personal landfill. Fortunately, someone with a flatbed truck had already come through earlier that week, picking up the larger pieces under Carlton's supervision. All that was left were the smaller items, bottles that caught the filtered sunlight like broken emeralds, rusted cans that had been slowly poisoning the soil for God knows how long, plastic bags that fluttered from tree branches like prayer flags to human carelessness, papers that had been reduced to pulp by rain and time, and anything else people were too lazy to dispose of properly. The work was methodical and peaceful at first. I fell into a rhythm of scan, poke, grab, and bag. The forest around me hummed with the normal sounds of summer. Insects droning, birds calling to their mates, the distant sound of a woodpecker working on a dead oak. Occasionally, a chipmunk would scold me for disturbing its territory, and I'd find myself apologizing to the little creature as if it could understand. Unfortunately, once in a while during these cleanup operations, you would find things dumped of a much darker nature than furniture and household waste. Sometimes people disposed of things that made your stomach turn and your faith in humanity waver. Dead animals were common enough. Pets that had been taken care of in inhumane ways rather than brought to a veterinarian for proper euthanasia. Carlton had warned us about this possibility during our training, though he tried to shield the younger volunteers from the worst discoveries. "If you find anything that makes you uncomfortable," he'd said, "mark the location and walk away. Call it in on the radio and we'll handle it. But I hadn't been given a radio that day. There were only so many to go around, and I was considered experienced enough to work independently. That decision would prove to be a mistake that haunted both me and Carlton for years afterward. About 2 hours into my work, as I was pulling a tattered plastic tarp from where it had been snagged on a low branch, I discovered something that made me stop dead in my tracks. Underneath the tarp, partially hidden by fallen leaves and forest debris, was a cardboard box that had been soaked by rain and was falling apart at the seams. The smell hit me first, that sickly sweet odor of decomposition, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Something that made my nostrils burn and my eyes water. I approached cautiously, using my poke stick to lift the remaining pieces of cardboard away from the contents. Inside were the remains of what had once been a litter of puppies. 7 small bodies, their eyes not yet opened, discarded like garbage by someone who couldn't be bothered with the responsibility of proper animal care. The sight hit me like a physical blow, and I had to step back and breathe deeply to keep from being sick. This wasn't the first time I'd encountered something like this during cleanup operations. Unfortunately, you'd be amazed at how cruel people can be when they think no one is watching. But it never got easier to see, and it always made me question what was wrong with the world that someone could do such a thing to innocent creatures. If I had been given a radio, I would have called it in immediately. The protocol was clear. Discoveries like this needed to be reported so that Carlton and the other adults could handle the situation appropriately and document it for possible law enforcement involvement. They tried to keep us younger volunteers from being exposed to the more serious and disturbing aspects of human cruelty. But standing there alone in the woods, miles from the nearest person, I felt a responsibility to these small creatures that overrode the standard procedures. They deserved better than to rot in a cardboard box like refuse. They deserved dignity, even in death. I made a decision that would change the course of my entire day, and ultimately my entire relationship with the wilderness I'd always loved. Instead of leaving them with the pile of garbage bags I'd already filled and continuing with my assigned work, I decided to give these poor creatures a proper burial. The decision felt right in the moment, but it meant I would be venturing deeper into the woods than I had originally planned, farther from the marked trails and established roads, farther from civilization and help, should I need it. I dropped off my backpack of supplies and my poke stick near the road, marking the spot with a bright orange ribbon tied to a maple sapling so I could find it again. The day was getting warmer, and I could see storm clouds building on the horizon through the gaps in the canopy. I needed to work quickly if I wanted to complete my task and get back to the pickup point before the weather turned. I walked into the woods carrying only the cardboard box with its tragic contents, my pocket knife, and a water bottle. The forest seemed different once I left the established areas where people regularly traveled. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to create a natural cathedral that filtered the sunlight into moving patterns on the forest floor. The normal sounds of the woods continued around me, but they seemed muffled somehow, as if the deeper forest absorbed sound differently than the areas near human activity. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves, and I found myself trying to walk more quietly without really understanding why. I walked for probably 20 minutes, following animal trails and natural clearings, before I found what seemed like an appropriate spot. There was a rather large pine tree, ancient and massive, that stood in a small clearing surrounded by younger growth. The tree had that timeless quality that old-growth forest possesses. You could sense the decades of storms it had weathered, the countless seasons it had witnessed. The spot felt peaceful and dignified, the kind of place where these innocent creatures could rest undisturbed. The ground beneath the pine was softer than the surrounding areas, covered with a thick layer of needles that would make digging easier. I placed the cardboard box gently at the base of the tree and began searching for tools. In the wilderness, you learn to make do with what's available, and I needed something sturdy enough to break ground and move earth. Walking in a slow circle around the great pine, I searched for a stick or rock or similar items that I could use to start excavating a proper grave. The forest provided what I needed. I found a rather large branch that had fallen from one of the surrounding trees. The wood was solid oak, weathered but not rotted, and it was the perfect size for the task at hand. Using my weight and leverage, I was able to break the branch in half, creating a digging tool with a pointed end and a handle I could grip comfortably. I then used my pocket knife to sharpen one end further, carving away the bark and wood until I had created a serviceable spade. The work was harder than I had anticipated. The ground beneath the pine tree looked soft and welcoming from the surface, but underneath the layer of needles and topsoil, I encountered a complex network of roots that had been growing for decades. Each root had to be carefully worked around or cut through with my knife, and the deeper I dug, the more challenging the work became. Sweat began to bead on my forehead despite the cool shade of the forest canopy. The physical labor was demanding, but there was something meditative about it as well. Each scoop of earth brought me closer to completing this small act of compassion in a world that had shown these creatures none. It took me the better part of an hour to dig a hole about 1.5 feet deep and wide enough to accommodate the small bodies. My hands were raw from gripping the makeshift shovel, and my back ached from bending over the excavation, but I was satisfied with the work. The hole was deep enough to protect the remains from scavengers and weather, and it felt appropriately respectful for the innocent lives that had been so carelessly discarded. I proceeded to lay the small bodies to rest with as much dignity as I could provide. I chose not to bury them in the cardboard box, as I didn't want to add to the trash that was already polluting this pristine area. Instead, I wrapped each tiny form in clean leaves and placed them gently in the earth they would return to. The moment felt sacred in a way that surprised me. Here I was, a teenager alone in the wilderness, performing a funeral service for creatures that would never know they had been mourned. I took a few moments to say a prayer, asking God to receive these innocent souls and to forgive the cruelty of the person who had abandoned them. Tears came unexpectedly as I worked, and I didn't try to stop them. The combination of anger at human cruelty, sadness for unnecessary suffering, and the profound solitude of the deep woods created an emotional intensity I hadn't anticipated. The forest felt like a natural sanctuary, the perfect place for such a solemn ritual. However, as I was covering up the grave with the excavated soil, patting it down gently and arranging the pine needles to restore the natural appearance of the forest floor, I heard a sound that made me pause mid-motion. It was the sharp crack of a small branch breaking, maybe 50 feet to my left. The position I was in, crouched below the low-hanging branches of the great pine, kept me from being able to see the source of the sound clearly, but the snap was distinct and deliberate. Not the random settling of dead wood, but the sound of something substantial stepping on a branch with enough force to break it. I stopped talking and moving immediately, every muscle in my body tensing as I listened intently for any further sounds. My heart rate increased noticeably, and I became acutely aware of how alone and vulnerable I was in this remote location. The nearest human being was miles away, and no one would think to look for me if something went wrong. But this wasn't one of those moments you read about in horror stories where the forest went quiet and all natural sounds cease ominously. The birds were still active, though I noticed now that their calls seemed to be coming from the opposite direction, farther away from where the branch-breaking sound had originated. The insects continued their summer drone, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the faint rustle of a squirrel or chipmunk moving through the underbrush. What I didn't notice at the time, in my distracted state of grief and exhaustion, was that the birds had indeed changed their behavior. When I had first arrived at this spot, their calls had been all around me, a natural chorus that indicated a healthy, undisturbed ecosystem. Now, their voices were coming from a completely different area, as if they had been driven away from something that made them uncomfortable. After sitting there for about 3 minutes, quietly looking around and trying to peer through the branches to my left, I didn't see anything that could have caused the sound. No movement, no flash of fur or feathers, no obvious explanation for the sharp crack I had heard. The forest seemed peaceful and normal, just as it had when I arrived. I convinced myself that it was probably just a dead branch finally giving way under its own weight. Or perhaps a small animal that had moved on before I could spot it. The Adirondacks were full of wildlife, and it would be more unusual to spend hours in the woods without encountering some kind of animal activity. Satisfied with my rational explanation, I continued working to complete the burial. I finished covering the small grave and then took time to mark it appropriately. I found several perfect pine cones and a smooth, rounded stone that had been polished by countless seasons of rain and snow. I arranged these natural markers in a small pattern that would indicate this spot was somehow different, somehow special, without being obvious to any casual passerby who might stumble across it. After I had completed the burial ritual and said my final prayer for the innocent creatures, I stood up slowly, my knees stiff from kneeling on the forest floor for so long. The work had been emotionally and physically draining, but I felt a sense of closure and peace. I had done what I could to restore some dignity to a situation that had begun with such cruelty. I brushed the dirt from my jeans and hands, shouldered my water bottle, and started to walk away from the great pine tree toward where I had left my supplies. The afternoon was advancing, and I still had several miles to cover before reaching the designated pickup point where Carlton would be waiting with the rest of the group. But as I took my first steps away from the burial site, I heard something that stopped me dead in my tracks and sent every primitive survival instinct in my body into high alert. It was a sound that could only be described as a moan mixed with a growl, low-pitched, prolonged, and unlike anything I had ever heard from the throat of any animal I was familiar with. The sound seemed to come from somewhere in the trees to my left, roughly in the same direction where I had heard the branch break earlier. This was bear country, and I knew that black bears could make a variety of vocalizations, from huffing and jaw-popping when stressed to loud bawling when cubs were separated from their mothers. There were also some cougars in the area, though they were much less common and typically avoided human contact. Mountain lions could produce some truly unsettling sounds, including screams that sounded almost human. My first instinct was that a natural predator had caught the scent of the recently buried remains and had come to investigate. The smell of death, even from small animals, could travel significant distances in the woods and attract scavengers from miles around. Bears especially had an incredible sense of smell and wouldn't hesitate to dig up a burial site if they thought there was an easy meal to be found. This thought made me acutely aware of how inadequately prepared I was for a potentially dangerous wildlife encounter. I had only my pocket knife as any form of self-defense, a pathetic weapon against a full-grown black bear or mountain lion. My heart began to pound as I realized just how isolated and vulnerable my situation had become. But even as these rational explanations ran through my mind, something about the sound bothered me in a way I couldn't articulate. I had spent countless hours in these woods over the years, and I had heard bears before. I had even encountered them on a few occasions and lived to tell about it. This sound was different somehow. It had a quality that didn't quite fit with any animal I knew. I wasn't really scared yet, though. My rational mind was still in control, and I was telling myself that it was probably just two trees rubbing against one another in the wind. That phenomenon was rather common in dense forest areas, especially when the wind picked up before a storm. The friction between bark and wood could create some truly bizarre sounds that might easily be mistaken for animal vocalizations. I stood perfectly still and scanned the forest around me, looking for any obvious signs of wildlife or any other explanation for what I had heard. The trees swayed gently in the afternoon breeze, and I could see several places where branches or trunks might be in contact with each other. The wind was picking up as the storm clouds I had noticed earlier began to move closer. Looking around carefully, I found nothing that could definitively explain the strange sound. The forest appeared normal and peaceful, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy and the usual summer symphony of insects and distant bird calls. But just as I was about to dismiss the incident and continue on my way back to civilization, something caught my eye that made my breath catch in my throat. About 30 yards away from the great pine tree where I had just completed the burial, I saw a branch and pieces of bark come falling down from a tree that was roughly half the size of the massive pine. The falling debris wasn't unusual in itself. Branches were constantly dropping in the forest as they died or were broken by wind and weather. But what made me look up into that tree would haunt my dreams for years to come. Midway up the trunk, perhaps 15 feet off the ground, I saw something that defied every category my rational mind tried to place it in. It appeared to be roughly the size of a bear cub, but everything else about it was wrong in ways that made my skin crawl and my pulse race. The thing was a mottled brown, gray-green color that seemed to shift and change as it moved against the bark of the tree. It had no obvious shape that I could compare to any animal I had ever seen or studied. The coloration and texture reminded me of lichen or moss, but there was an organic quality to it that clearly indicated this was a living creature, not some type of plant growth. Immediately I jumped backward, cursing loudly as I did so. The sudden movement and sound was involuntary. Every instinct in my body was screaming that what I was looking at was fundamentally wrong, even though I couldn't explain why. I turned around and took several more steps backward, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever that thing was, while still keeping my eyes locked on it. I couldn't tell if it was something alive or just some strange formation on the tree trunk. The pattern and coloration were so perfect for camouflage that it could have been part of the tree itself, some kind of growth or disease that I had never encountered before. But then it began to move, and there was no question that this was a living creature. The movement was subtle at first, just a slight shifting, that made me realize the mass I was looking at was separate from the tree trunk. But as it became more active, I could see that it was definitely an animal of some kind. Though unlike anything I had ever encountered in years of wilderness experience. Honestly, I still can't give you a clear description of what I saw that day. It didn't have fur like a bear or mountain lion, but it wasn't smooth skin either. The covering looked almost like living moss or lichen, textured and organic but somehow wrong. The closest comparison I can make is to say that it looked like the forest itself had somehow come alive and taken on a vaguely animal shape. As far as I knew, the Adirondacks didn't have anything like sloths. And even if they did, this thing didn't look like any sloth I had ever seen in nature documentaries. It was more compact and muscular, with a different body structure that seemed designed for climbing and clinging to vertical surfaces. I couldn't distinguish a head or face until it turned and looked directly at me. That moment when our eyes met across the 30 yards of forest floor was one of the most disturbing experiences of my life. It definitely had a face, but it was compressed and flattened in a way that didn't look natural for any mammal I could think of. I was standing roughly 80 feet from the creature, and it was positioned about 15 feet up the tree, which made getting clear details difficult. The day had turned mildly cloudy, and anyone who has spent time in deep woods knows that the canopy creates multiple layers of shade that can make even bright daylight seem dim and filtered. But even with the poor lighting conditions, I could make out enough details to know that this was unlike any animal I had ever encountered. The face appeared to be dark and compressed, almost as if it had been flattened against the front of the skull. I couldn't make out individual eyes or other facial features clearly, but there was definitely a sense of intelligence and awareness when it looked at me. What I could see clearly were the four limbs, which were wrapped around the tree trunk in a way that demonstrated incredible gripping strength. The appendages ended in what looked like paws, but they were more developed and dexterous than typical animal paws. They reminded me somewhat of raccoon hands, but the claws extending from them were proportionally much longer, about as long as the digits themselves. The creature also had a long, thick tail that was roughly the same length as its body. The tail moved occasionally, swishing back and forth in a way that seemed deliberate rather than reflexive. It was clearly being used for balance and support as the animal positioned itself on the tree trunk. As I watched in fascination and growing unease, the creature began to climb down the tree slowly and deliberately. Every movement was calculated and controlled, demonstrating a level of coordination and strength that was genuinely impressive. But throughout the entire descent, it kept its attention focused on me, watching me with an intensity that made me increasingly uncomfortable. This constant eye contact was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire encounter. Most wild animals, when they encounter humans, will either flee immediately or watch cautiously while preparing to flee. They don't typically maintain sustained eye contact while approaching closer to a potential threat. That's when I noticed something that made the encounter even more unsettling. The creature had ears that were soft and rounded, positioned on the sides of its head in a way that looked distinctly human rather than animal-like. Most mammals have ears that are pointed or elongated and positioned differently relative to their skull structure. These ears were wrong in a way that triggered some deep primitive part of my brain. The thing made no sound as it descended, except for the occasional light scraping of claws against bark. This silence was somehow more threatening than if it had been growling or making aggressive noises. The quiet deliberateness of its movement suggested intelligence and purpose rather than simple animal instinct. When it reached a large branch about 12 feet off the ground, it climbed out onto the limb with the same careful precision it had shown during its descent. The branch was substantial enough to support its weight, but I could see it flex slightly under the load, giving me some sense of how heavy this creature actually was. The thing moved like a raccoon in some ways, with that same fluid grace and obvious comfort in an arboreal environment, but the shape of the body and the proportions were all wrong. The rounded head seemed to have no obvious neck, connecting directly to shoulders that were broader and more developed than any raccoon's. It wasn't a bear or any other animal I could think of, like a fisher or marten, because it had no protruding snout. The face was compressed and flattened, with what appeared to be nostril holes rather than any obvious nose structure. The overall facial configuration was vaguely reminiscent of certain primate species, but there were no known monkeys or apes native to North America. Its eyes were a lighter color that caught and reflected the available sunlight on occasion, giving them an almost luminous quality in the shadows of the forest canopy. When the light hit them just right, they seemed to glow with their own internal illumination, which added to the otherworldly quality of the entire encounter. The skin or covering looked like it could serve as perfect camouflage, blending seamlessly with tree bark, moss-covered rocks, or forest floor debris. In different lighting or from a greater distance, this creature could probably become nearly invisible in its natural environment. Suddenly, the creature opened its mouth and let out a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a low-pitched whistle, unlike anything I had ever heard from any animal. The sound was pure and sustained, almost musical in quality, but there was something profoundly unsettling about it that bypassed my rational mind and spoke directly to some primal fear center in my brain. The whistle seemed to go on forever, though it was probably only a few seconds. During that time I felt completely frozen, unable to move or think clearly. It was as if the sound had some kind of hypnotic or paralyzing effect that temporarily short-circuited my normal responses. That's when I decided I'd seen more than enough. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get away from this creature as quickly as possible. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't afraid of humans, and its behavior suggested a level of intelligence and curiosity that made me deeply uncomfortable. I glanced backward quickly to make sure my escape path was clear of obstacles, then turned and ran through the forest as fast as the terrain would allow. Branches whipped at my face and arms, and I stumbled several times on hidden roots and fallen logs. But I didn't slow down until I was completely out of breath. I looked back several times during my panicked flight to make sure I wasn't being followed. The creature never pursued me, which was both a relief and somehow even more disturbing. Most animals that might pose a threat would either chase prey or retreat from a potential threat. This thing just watched me go with what seemed like mild interest, as if my presence had been entertaining but not particularly important. When I finally stopped running, I was completely lost and disoriented. In my panic, I had abandoned any attempt to navigate carefully, and I now had no idea which direction would lead me back to my supplies or to the pickup point where Carlton would be waiting. It took me nearly 2 hours of careful navigation using the sun's position and my knowledge of the local topography to find my way back to where I had left my equipment. By the time I retrieved my backpack and poke stick, I was exhausted, dehydrated, and emotionally drained from the entire experience. I never did see the creature again during my remaining time in the woods that day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still somewhere nearby watching me from a distance. Every shadow seemed potentially threatening. Every sound made me jump, and I found myself constantly looking up into the trees for any sign of movement. When I finally made it to the pickup point, Carlton took one look at me and knew something significant had happened. I was scratched, dirty, and obviously shaken, and I had very little to show for an entire day of cleanup work. I told him about finding the dead puppies and taking time to bury them, which he approved of and understood. But when I described the creature I had encountered, his expression became skeptical and concerned. "Probably a raccoon with mange," he said after I had finished my account. "Mange can make animals look pretty strange, change their behavior too. They lose their fur, get disoriented, sometimes become more aggressive or less afraid of humans." When I insisted that the face didn't look like any raccoon I'd ever seen, he suggested that stress and adrenaline had affected my perception. "When you're scared and alone in the woods, your mind can play tricks on you," he explained. "Things that are perfectly normal can seem strange and threatening." But I knew what I had seen, and I knew it wasn't a diseased raccoon or a trick of light and shadow. The creature's face had been similar to that of certain primate species I'd seen in nature documentaries. Broad and flattened like a snub-nosed monkey, but the color, proportions, and overall appearance were completely different from any known primate. There are no native monkey species in North America, and this was far too remote an area for an escaped exotic pet to survive for any length of time. The nearest zoo was hundreds of miles away, and there had been no reports of missing animals that matched what I had described. I don't have a definitive answer to what I saw that day, and I've spent years researching it on and off without finding any satisfactory explanation. It was clearly comfortable climbing trees and living in an arboreal environment, with adaptations that were perfectly suited for life in the forest canopy. But more than the physical characteristics, it was the intelligence and awareness that the creature displayed that continues to disturb me. The way it watched me, the deliberate nature of its movements, the strange whistle that seemed almost like an attempt at communication. All of these behaviors suggested something far more complex than a simple woodland animal. To this day, whenever I'm in the woods, I find myself looking up into the trees more often than I used to. Not out of fear, exactly, but out of a heightened awareness that there might be things living in our forests that we don't know about or understand. Things that are perfectly adapted to remain hidden from human observation, emerging only occasionally when circumstances align in just the right way. I still love the wilderness, and I still spend as much time as possible in wild places. But that encounter changed my relationship with the forest in subtle but lasting ways. I'm more alert now, more aware of the possibility that we might not be alone even in the most remote locations. Sometimes, when I'm camping alone and I hear an unusual sound in the darkness beyond my fire, I remember that low-pitched whistle and wonder if somewhere out there, in the deep woods where humans rarely venture, there are creatures that have learned to live alongside us without our knowledge. The question that haunts me most isn't what I saw that day. It's how many other people have had similar encounters and simply never talked about them, knowing that no one would believe their stories or take them seriously. In the end, perhaps Carlton was right, and stress and isolation affected my perception of a perfectly ordinary animal. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real, and I know it was something that doesn't fit into any of our neat categories of known wildlife. The Adirondacks are vast and largely unexplored, containing millions of acres of wilderness that humans visit only rarely. If something wanted to remain hidden in such an environment, it would have countless opportunities to do so. And maybe that's exactly what's happening. Maybe there are creatures living in our forests that have evolved not just to survive in the wild, but to avoid detection by the species that has claimed dominion over the rest of the planet. Whatever I saw that day, it was perfectly adapted to its environment and showed no fear of humans. It was curious about me but not threatened by my presence. And that, more than anything else, is what continues to give me pause when I venture into the deep woods alone. Because if there are things out there that we don't know about, things that are intelligent enough to remain hidden from us, then we need to be more humble about our assumption that we understand and control the natural world around us. The wilderness still holds secrets, and some of those secrets might be more profound and disturbing than we're prepared to acknowledge. This is the story of an attachment to an entity I call Hefe. This story spans almost 2 decades and more than 2/3 of my life. I am what you could call an elder in a young body. I'm 27 years old, but on the tail end of my second divorce, wrapping up years of traumatic events and misfortunes and life lessons in prolific numbers. I'm beginning to tie together some of this misfortune and trauma to the existence of an attachment between Hefe and myself. I cannot tell you exactly what Hefe is. I wish I knew for sure, but I can tell you what it looks like, what it does, when it does it, how it sounds, and where it hides. I can't even tell you why or how it became attached to me. I was a child when this began, at only 10 or 11 years old. When I was around 10, my dad and I went on a camping trip to Yosemite. My mom didn't join us on this trip. We'd gone on many trips before as a family, lasting around a week each time, and oftentimes at Big Sur or Yosemite. We pulled into the park having already had a small debate in the car about food and music. I was ready to call my mom because I was already homesick. Though being older now, I think I just missed my mom. She and I could hold a normal conversation. To this day, my dad and I have these debates about mundane and trivial topics. We never stay mad, if we ever even do get mad. A majority of the time, our debates are for the sake of debating. I guess that seems to be our best method of communication. Anyway, we stopped at some place my dad had to check into. We were staying in some sort of cabin by a location of a historic rock slide. I don't remember as many details as I wish I did. This can be attributed to a series of concussions resulting in a TBI or traumatic brain injury. I do remember that we walked over to an area with a phone. My dad dialed my mom, and I'd begun, as many young children do, to jump around and wander and mess with things. The air felt thick around me, heavy with something I couldn't name. The shadows between the trees seemed deeper than they should have been in broad daylight, and every rustle of leaves made my skin crawl with an inexplicable unease. I don't recall having wandered off too far, but I suppose I had, as my dad called my name with a hint of both irritation and fear in his inflection. The sound of his voice cut through the oppressive atmosphere like a knife, and I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to run back to him. So I trotted back over to where he was, my heart hammering against my ribs for reasons I couldn't understand. He handed me the phone so I could talk to my mom. As I was on the phone describing the strange feelings I'd been having to my mother, I felt a searing pain on the back of my right thigh, and I suddenly cried out. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Sharp, deliberate, and burning, like someone had taken a red-hot blade to my flesh. My dad came over and shouted at me for messing around beside the phone and causing me to cut myself. In a state of confusion, I asked my dad what he was talking about. The pain was so intense it made my vision blur, and I could feel something warm and wet soaking through my jeans. He prepared a first aid kit from the red backpack he always had on him, something he still keeps with him to this day. He asked for the phone back. I told my mom I loved her, my voice shaking with pain and confusion, and handed it back to my dad, who handed me the first aid kit, asking me to clean the cut on the back of my thigh. I sat down on the ground, and in the most awkward way conceivable, I lifted my right leg with my arm and searched for this alleged cut. I indeed did have a cut, though as deep as it was and long as it was, that word feels like a joke. The wound stretched nearly 4 inches across the back of my thigh, deep enough that I could see the fatty tissue beneath. The edges were jagged and torn, as if something with claws had raked across my leg. But there was nothing around me that could have caused such damage. No sharp rocks, no broken glass, no protruding metal. The strangest part was that the wound was perfectly positioned in a place I couldn't have reached myself, even if I'd been trying to hurt myself, which I wasn't. The angle was all wrong, as if something behind me had deliberately slashed at my leg while I was distracted on the phone. I took out the alcohol swabs as my dad taught me to do many times before. The moment the alcohol touched the wound, the burning sensation intensified beyond anything I'd ever felt. It wasn't just the normal sting of antiseptic on an open cut. This felt like liquid fire was being poured directly into my flesh, spreading outward in waves of agony that made my teeth chatter. I proceeded to scrub the ever-living tar out of my leg while biting my lip to hold back tears, which inevitably spilled over anyway. The blood kept coming, no matter how much I cleaned. It should have clotted by now, but it continued to seep from the wound in thick, dark rivulets that stained the ground beneath me a rusty brown. After scrubbing for what felt like ages, watching the crimson mix with the dirt at my feet, I packed the cut full of Neosporin, like my mom always prompted me to do. She carries the stuff everywhere and uses it on everything. Acne, Neosporin; cut, Neosporin; cracked lips, Neosporin. Even if the dog cut their paw pad again, it's Neosporin time. By this point, my dad had finished the phone call and was now squatting in front of me. His face had gone pale when he saw the extent of the damage, and I could see his hands trembling slightly as he examined the wound. I can recall him mentioning stitches and me shaking my head like a mad person with wide eyes. The thought of needles and thread being pulled through my flesh made me feel sick to my stomach. My dad let out an exasperated sigh. Being queasy around blood, he whipped out a massive Band-Aid, but when he tried to pull the edges of the wound together, they wouldn't stay. The gash was too deep, too wide, and every time he pressed the bandage down, fresh blood would seep out from underneath, creating dark stains that spread across the white gauze like ink and water. He used multiple bandages, layering them one on top of the other, but nothing seemed to stop the bleeding completely. These were the fancy watertight Band-Aids my dad saved for emergencies, because I was known to be found in creeks, mud, trees, or some other area, likely teeming with dirt, debris, and the germs my parents were so wary of. But even with all the medical attention, something about the wound felt wrong. It throbbed with a pulse that didn't match my heartbeat, and when I moved wrong, I could swear I felt something shifting beneath the bandages, as if the cut was deeper than it appeared, extending into places it shouldn't be able to reach. Our trip carried on afterward, but the carefree atmosphere had been shattered. Every step sent jolts of pain up my leg, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, as if expecting to see whatever had hurt me lurking in the shadows between the trees. The wound refused to heal properly, festering despite our careful attention, and developing an odd smell that made my dad wrinkle his nose whenever he changed the bandages. The days passed by with what should have been excitement and joy, adventures and exploring. But an undercurrent of unease had settled over everything like a fog. My dad to this day is my favorite adventuring buddy. But even he seemed more cautious now, keeping me closer than usual. He and I climbed mountains and found views of waterfalls, but I kept catching him scanning the tree line with worried eyes. We went hiking and went to group campfires. But I noticed how the other campers would sometimes stop mid-conversation when I passed by, their gazes lingering on me with expressions I couldn't read. At one point, I made friends with a girl, close to my age, staying at a cabin nearby with her grandfather. But even she seemed nervous around me, especially after she noticed the smell that had begun following me around, a sour, metallic odor that clung to my clothes no matter how often I changed them. On the third to last day of our trip, my dad was exhausted, but he allowed me to explore the remnants of the rock slide behind our cabin. The wound on my leg had started to develop strange, dark veins spreading outward from the edges, and walking had become increasingly difficult. But I was desperate to get away from the confines of the cabin, where the walls seemed to press in on me, and every shadow looked like it was moving. I'd gone out there on my own, armed with a pencil and sketch pad, coated thoroughly in bug spray as mosquitoes seemed to think I'm an amazing buffet. But as I made my way between the massive boulders, I noticed that the usual forest sounds had died away completely. No birds, no insects, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have stopped, leaving an unnatural stillness that made my ears ring. As I wandered between the boulders and the remnants of a squished cabin, I came across something that made my blood freeze in my veins. There, standing beside a massive round boulder, was a deer, but not like any deer I'd ever seen before. Its hair was a rusty red color that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight, and its limbs looked too long and awkward for its body, as if someone had stretched it on a rack. That boulder stood at around 10 feet in height, and the deer beside it stood at about 8 feet, impossibly tall for any normal animal. I will note here I've always been tall for a girl. Today, as an adult, I stand at 6'2", and back then I would have been around 5'3". so I had a good sense of perspective. This thing towered over me in a way that defied nature. But it was the eyes that really got to me. That deer locked eyes with me, and I felt pure dread wash over me like ice water. Something about its gaze felt malevolent, hungry, and utterly wrong. The eyes were too large, too knowing, and they held an intelligence that no animal should possess. They were a sickly green color like pond scum, and they seemed to glow with their own internal light. There was something up with its eyes that I couldn't really place at the time, though I can only speculate what it was that bothered me in retrospect. You see, I believe those eyes appeared human, not just intelligent, but human in their shape and expression. They held emotions that animals shouldn't be capable of: malice, calculation, and a predatory satisfaction that made my skin crawl. The creature didn't move like a deer either. It stood perfectly still, unnaturally so, as if it were a statue that had suddenly come to life. Its breathing was wrong too deep, too deliberate, and I could see its chest rising and falling in a rhythm that didn't match any living thing I knew. My dad then called from the cabin, his voice carrying across the clearing with unusual urgency, and I looked back toward the sound. When I turned toward the boulder where the deer had been standing, it was no longer there, but the ground where it had stood was scorched, as if something burning hot had been standing there for a long time. The grass was blackened and withered in the exact shape of hoof prints. But these prints were far larger than any deer should make. All that remained was my sense of dread, now amplified to a crushing weight that made it hard to breathe. I took off running toward the sound of my dad's voice in the safety of our cabin. But with every step, I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows between the rocks. The feeling of being hunted was so intense that I didn't dare look back, even when I heard what sounded like hoofbeats following behind me. Hoofbeats that were too heavy and too slow to belong to any normal animal. That was the last time I saw or felt such strange and alarming and dread-inducing activity for a few years. But it wasn't really gone. It was just waiting, biding its time. And I would learn later that some things, once they've found you, never really let you go. When I was 13, my parents found a dog at the Humane Society in our county. Her name had been Duchess, but I'm pretty sure she hated that name. So we called her Ruby instead. Ruby was eventually trained as my service dog and became my first lifeline in the adult world. She was a magnificent German Shepherd mix with intelligent brown eyes and an uncanny ability to sense things that others couldn't. The year after our family adopted and trained Ruby, we went on a trip to Calaveras Big Tree's giant sequoia forest as a family. Before we got to our camping spot there, my dad wanted to visit Yosemite and show my mom one of the sites we had visited when we stayed there a few years back. The moment we pulled into the parking area, I felt that familiar dread begin to creep up my spine like cold fingers. But this time, it was different, stronger, more focused, as if whatever had been waiting for me was pleased to see me return. Ruby seemed to know this immediately, and she became more clingy and protective over me than was typical of her behavior. As she was a large dog and a rather independent breed, this sudden change was both comforting and deeply alarming. When your big independent dog begins clinging to and protecting your child, you should take notice. Ruby had always been well trained and obedient, but now she refused to let me out of her sight. She would position herself between me and any open space, her ears constantly swiveling and her nose working overtime as if she were tracking something I couldn't see. Naturally, my parents attributed this behavior to our being in a new and unfamiliar place, while I attributed it to far more disturbing reasons. The wound on my leg, which had finally healed after months of strange complications, began to ache again with a deep, throbbing pain that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. We didn't stay at Yosemite long before piling back into the car and making our way to our camping spot at Calaveras to set up camp and begin exploring. But during that brief stop, Ruby had discovered something that made her hackles rise and her lips pull back in a silent snarl. She kept staring at a point in the tree line where I couldn't see anything, but her intense focus and obvious distress made it clear that something was there, something she didn't like. This camping trip would be memorable for a plethora of reasons, including me almost being kidnapped and being saved by my trusty best friend. Ruby also spent most of the vacation on high alert. her protective instincts in overdrive as she seemed to sense threats that the rest of us couldn't perceive. My dad also managed to wreck 2 doors of his brand new truck on a sequoia sapling, which apparently didn't understand the concept of yielding to a much larger force. I even found a fun junior ranger group to go with in the evening, learning about the park and its natural inhabitants, though Ruby insisted on coming with me to every single meeting. Our first day was intriguing and eventful, with Ruby immediately establishing a perimeter around our campsite as if she were guarding against an invasion. While my parents were addressing the damage to the truck, I saw the most gorgeous orange and yellow bird fly through our campsite, perching on a tree only about 20 feet away. Being a curious and admittedly reckless kid, I tried to get closer and continue to follow this new and exciting creature as it flitted from tree to tree, seemingly playing keep away. Ruby barked sharply when I started to follow the bird, but I ignored her warnings, caught up in the thrill of the chase. Soon the sound of my parents' exasperated voices was lost to the sounds of the woods, the chirping of cicadas, the crunch of needles and branches beneath my tennis shoes. But underneath those normal forest sounds, I began to hear something else, a low humming that seemed to come from the trees themselves, and the occasional crack of a branch that was too loud and too deliberate to be natural. I realized I could no longer hear my parents at some point, and when I did, the temperature seemed to drop by 20 degrees in an instant. The forest around me had taken on an oppressive quality, with shadows that moved independently of the wind, and in silence that felt like a held breath. I began to acknowledge the dread that was setting in, and the panic beginning to rear its ugly and non-productive head in my mind. As I was about to sit down and wait, because what else do you do in a state of overwhelming fear except become paralyzed by it? Ruby came crashing into view like an avenging angel. She was barking frantically and foaming at the mouth as she often did when she ran at an all-out sprint for too long. But there was something different about her urgency this time. Her eyes were wild with panic, and she kept looking back over her shoulder as if something had been chasing her, or chasing both of us. I was so extremely relieved to see Ruby that I threw my arms around her and proceeded to bury my head in her neck while she stoically stood there panting and drooling. Ruby was 6 at the time, and she was a beautiful mix of German Shepherd and something else we'd never been able to identify. She was amazingly fast and loved to run, but when she sprinted you could hardly follow her with your eyes. The telltale sign of her having been sprinting recently was foam coming out of her mouth, rolling off of her tongue in thick white bubbles. But this time, the foam had a pinkish tinge to it, as if she'd been running so hard that she'd damaged something inside her mouth, or as if she'd been biting something that bled. When I let go of her, she pushed past me firmly to help me stand up. I placed a hand on her broad shoulder and braced myself while I lifted my body into a standing position. Ruby made a low warning sound in her throat and turned around to walk me back to our campsite, but she kept looking back the way we'd come, her ears flat against her head and her tail tucked low. We walked in relative quiet, except for the sound of her heavy panting and the strange way the forest seemed to be holding its breath around us. I tried to enjoy the sounds of her breathing and the familiar crunch of our footsteps, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Every few steps, Ruby would stop and look back, a low growl rumbling in her chest. When we got back to our site, my parents were still preoccupied with the truck damage, so I poured Ruby a big dish of water, petting her while she sloppily drank. This was another telltale sign of her overexerting herself, but also of extreme stress. As a breed that was typically very composed, Ruby had rarely ever been this agitated or sloppy with her water consumption. The noisiness of her drinking, loud, desperate gulps that sent water splashing everywhere caused my parents to stop and notice. My mom gave me and Ruby a quizzical once-over, taking in Ruby's obvious distress and my own pale, shaken appearance, before turning back to my dad and continuing their conversation about the truck repairs. This would not be the last strange happening on our trip, but it would be the first time my parents were forced to acknowledge that something unusual was going on. Later that evening, as we sat around the campfire, Ruby refused to settle down. She kept pacing the perimeter of our campsite, her nose to the ground as if following a scent trail that worried her. Later on in the trip, we went on a scenic tour of where the biggest tree had been felled decades ago. Ruby stayed at the campsite with my mom, which was unusual. Normally, she would insist on coming with me everywhere, but something about that particular area seemed to genuinely frighten her, and no amount of coaxing could get her to come along. So it was only me and my dad who made the trek to see the massive stump. I remember looking into a portion of the felled tree that was twice my height and hollowed out by decades of decay. The hollow was dark and seemed to extend much deeper into the wood than should have been possible. And there, peering out from the shadows and darkness within that hollow, I saw eyes, not animal eyes. These were unmistakably human in shape and intelligence, but feral and wild in their expression. They were a sickly green color that seemed to glow with their own light, and they watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. The eyes didn't blink, didn't move, just stared with a hunger that was almost tangible. I sucked in my breath and shut my eyes tightly, hoping that when I opened them the vision would be gone. But when I looked again, the eyes were still there, and now I could see the suggestion of a face around them, gaunt, elongated features that seemed more skull than flesh. A shiver passed up and down my spine, so violent that my teeth chattered despite the warm afternoon air. My dad, doing the most dad-like thing ever, smacked my shoulder lightly and said, "Let's keep moving, kiddo. Your mom's probably missing us." I nodded furiously, unable to find my voice, and we kept moving. But as we walked away, I could feel those eyes following us, tracking our movement with predatory focus. When we got back after the tour, Ruby trotted up to me immediately, sniffing me obsessively from head to toe as if checking for contamination. Her behavior was so thorough and urgent that it caught my parents' attention. She spent nearly 10 minutes going over every inch of me, paying particular attention to my hands and face, before finally plopping down beside me and cocking her head to one side with an expression of deep concern. That same day, I took Ruby for a short walk a little later on, and we bumped into a park ranger who proceeded to ask why I was out alone with just a dog at such a young age. She wasn't amused by my overly confident answers about Ruby being protection enough for anyone. The ranger walked me back to our campsite, seeming impressed despite herself at my boldness. She invited me to come to the Junior Rangers group each evening for the rest of the week, and naturally Ruby went with me each time. And it was at this group that I learned the name of the bird I'd seen, the one that had led me into the woods. It was a western tanager. But the ranger mentioned with some confusion that they weren't typically found in this area, and certainly not behaving in the way I'd described. The remainder of the week went by in a blur of activities and ranger programs, but always with the underlying tension of feeling watched. Ruby stayed at my side for almost every second of the remainder of the trip, her protective instincts in overdrive. Even when we returned home, she remained hyper-vigilant for weeks, as if she expected whatever had been stalking us to follow us back to California. Nothing else significantly disturbing happened for a few more years to come, but the dread never completely left. It settled into the background of my life like a low-grade fever, always present but not always noticeable. My family moved out of California the year I was to turn 17. At 16, I very quickly became a problem child, acting out in ways that worried my parents, and my mom missed her home in the panhandle of Idaho. As we began the 11-day drive from our little town on the coast of California to our new home in Kootenai County, we stopped to reminisce about some of our trips and good memories. My parents tried to take the time to show me that they wanted a brighter future for me and create a promise of new adventures and new places to explore. At the time, my mind was clouded by teenage angst and grief for what I was leaving behind, because it was all I'd ever known. But underneath those normal adolescent emotions was something deeper and more troubling, a sense that by leaving California, I was somehow walking into a trap that had been set for me years ago. We stopped briefly at Yosemite, and we drove through Calaveras. We stopped nearby in Stockton for a night, which turned into a few nights due to the theft of our catalytic converter, an event that felt less like random crime and more like a deliberate delay, as if something wanted to keep us in that area longer than we'd planned. During our time reminiscing, I became overshadowed with dread on top of the existing angst and grief. These emotions stayed tangled inside of me for months, maybe even years after moving. The darkness and dread would be present in me throughout many events of trauma and suffering that followed our relocation. It would be so loud and overbearing that it would drown out logic and reason, and my ability to recover from the various traumatic events that seemed to follow me like a curse. The noise and intensity of these raw emotions drowned out my ability to function normally, following a series of traumatic assaults when I was 19, and the severe bullying I was subjected to at 20. The dread overrode my ability to seek help when my first real friend betrayed me in the worst possible way, and when a classmate began to obsess and stalk me at 21. But this underlying dread was more urgent and consuming than any human-inflicted fear or trauma, making it impossible to process and heal from other injuries. I mean, you have to feel things to heal from them, and the constant state of hypervigilance made genuine emotional processing nearly impossible. Ruby aged during these years, becoming less physically capable but somehow more attuned to the supernatural elements that seemed to surround me. Her hearing and sight began to fail, but her ability to sense otherworldly presences only seemed to strengthen. She would often stare at empty corners or doorways, her hackles rising as she tracked something invisible to human eyes. In her final years, Ruby became almost prophetic in her behavior. She would refuse to let me go certain places or would insist on accompanying me to others, and inevitably the places she warned me away from would later become sites of accident or misfortune for other people. It was as if she could sense the presence of whatever was following me and predict where it would strike next. When Ruby finally passed away at the age of 14, I felt more vulnerable and exposed than I ever had in my life. She had been my early warning system, my protection, and my comfort for so many years that her absence left me feeling naked and defenseless against forces I couldn't see or understand. A year or so ago, sometime after the start of the COVID pandemic, I took a job at a large chain company-run elderly care facility. I intentionally chose the NUC shift to avoid unnecessary drama and interaction with other people, but also because something in me was drawn to the darkness and isolation, almost as if I were being guided toward situations where I would be most vulnerable. I worked with one other person during the shift, and that would either be my coworker Stella or Morgan. On most nights, I worked with coworker Stella. She was older and not nearly as green as most of the other employees of the facility, with years of experience dealing with both the living and what she euphemistically called the not-so-departed. She trained me and had my back as much as possible during my short time there. But even her experience couldn't prepare either of us for what we encountered. Within the first week of my being on NUC shift with Stella, we endured quite a bit of supernatural activity that left both of us questioning our sanity and our career choices. Doors would fly open at us and slam shut with tremendous force, usually targeting me specifically. The sound would echo through the halls like gunshots, waking residents and sending them into panic. Footsteps would pace up and down the halls with deliberate, heavy treads that suggested someone much larger and heavier than any of our residents. We would hear running noises in one of the stairwells, not the light pattering of someone hurrying, but the thunderous pounding of something huge moving at inhuman speed. The sounds would start at the top floor and race down to the basement, then back up again, over and over until dawn. Crawling or scuttling sounds would come from the vents above our heads, as if something large was moving through the ductwork. But when maintenance checked the next day, they would find the vents undisturbed and much too small for anything human-sized to navigate. At one point, I got locked in one of the laundry rooms while the room was running at about 90 degrees. The door handle wouldn't turn no matter how hard I tried, and the temperature seemed to keep climbing despite the fact that no machines were running. I pounded on the door and shouted for help, but somehow Stella couldn't hear me even though she was just down the hall. When the door finally opened on its own without anyone touching it, I stumbled out drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The temperature in the hallway felt shockingly cold by comparison, and Stella looked at me with genuine fear when she saw the state I was in. Stella had started hearing voices sometimes, behind doors that had just opened or shut, or around corners when she could hear the pacing footsteps. She swore up and down that it had to be me, as it sounded exactly like my voice, but I was rarely ever near the area at the time she heard it. The voices would call her name in my tone and inflection, asking her to come help with something or to bring supplies to a particular room. But when she would go to investigate, she would find the rooms empty and me working in a completely different part of the building. One time I came out of the stairwell right after she'd heard my voice coming from a residence room, so it couldn't possibly have been me. Stella was furious that someone or something was harassing us at work, using my voice to lure her into potentially dangerous situations. The most disturbing incident involved one of our residents, an elderly man who had been catatonic for months. During one of my shifts, I found him sitting up in bed staring directly at me with eyes that seemed far too aware and alert for his condition. When I approached to check on him, he grabbed my wrist with surprising strength and whispered, "It's been waiting for you to come back." His voice was hoarse from disuse, but the words were clear and deliberate. "It followed you here, and now it's going to finish what it started." Before I could respond or call for help, he had laid back down and returned to his catatonic state, as if nothing had happened. But the bruises on my wrist from his grip lasted for weeks, and he died peacefully in his sleep 3 days later. I took a night off to see my then significant other at the time, and when I came back, Stella asked me if the building felt different. For the first time in months, I could acknowledge that I felt no dread somewhere. I felt safe and protected within those walls. But this safety would be extremely short-lived as I moved to a new facility and trouble would follow me there soon after. My first marriage came and went, ending with domestic violence that seemed to escalate whenever the supernatural activity around me intensified, as if the entity that followed me fed off human suffering and conflict. During the first 2 weeks of my first marriage, abuse began to manifest in ways that seemed designed to isolate me and make me more vulnerable to other forms of attack. On weekends, we would go to bonfires out in Hayden Creek, and it was on one of these nights when my husband first put his hands on me in violence. That same night, we saw what I believe was the same entity from every other incident, but now it had taken on the appearance of an enormous elk. We were all piled in my brother-in-law's truck, bumping down a dirt back road when 2 elk took off across the road in front of us. The second of the 2 elk stopped and locked eyes with us directly through the windshield. It had an unnatural reddish hue to its hair, and its legs looked abhorrently long and twisted, as if they had been broken and healed incorrectly multiple times. Its antlers were massive beyond any natural proportions, extending so wide that they seemed to scrape the low-hanging branches on either side of the road. Seconds ticked by as we sat frozen in the truck, unable to look away from its hypnotic green eyes. Finally, it turned and took off up the hillside with movements that were too fluid and graceful for something so large, disappearing into the darkness between the trees. Only 2 short months after this sighting, my first marriage would end in violence and restraining orders. I took a job at another large corporation-run elderly care facility, where I underwent being bullied, discriminated against, and severely overworked for more than half a year. I loathed being in that building alone at night, and often worked obsessively, cleaning the place from top to bottom, to avoid paying any attention to the dread or terror that would set in after dark. The activity there was more aggressive than anything I'd experienced before, with objects being thrown at me and doors slamming so hard that they would crack their frames. I was often in this facility for 16-hour shifts on my own, and this went on for months with only 1 or 2 days off in total. The isolation and exhaustion made me more susceptible to whatever was stalking me, and the incidents escalated to physical attacks that left marks on my body. I left this facility to go to a smaller one nearby during my second marriage. My second marriage would end in emotional abuse and gaslighting around addiction issues. The divorce is still being processed as I'm typing this out, and I'm still working at this smaller facility. He, as I've come to call the entity, seems to enjoy it here, and the torment has really begun to intensify. I work the NO shift here, which runs from 10:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. Our facility operates on a rotation of 4 days on and 2 days off. But I pick up shifts to work every day with only 1 day off every few weeks. Sometimes I come in early or work the occasional double shift. The house I work in has a minimum of 2 staff at all times, even at night, which provides a mild comfort. I also find comfort in my service dog in training refusing to leave my side during the shift. My service dog in training is still very young but does a fantastic job as my medical alert, and has come a very long way in a short time regarding behavior and advanced task training. My service dog in training is a 7-month-old German Shepherd named Scout, and she's remarkable in her ability to sense supernatural presences. I want to unequivocally state that Scout doesn't have a mean bone in her body under normal circumstances. Until these recent incidents, I'd never seen any sign of protection or aggression come out of my young companion. She's actually trained against aggressive behavior, as most service animals are. Within my first week at the facility, I learned that the lights need to stay on at night throughout the building. When they don't, doors open and shut in the darkness with violent force, and we can hear pacing and running up and down the halls that sounds like someone wearing heavy boots. Today, the only lights that get turned off are in the activity room and the TV rooms, and the door to the activity room gets pulled shut and locked. During my second week at this facility, another staff member mentioned feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were being stalked by something that wanted to hurt them when the lights were off in the building. The elevator is often heard going to the basement and opening with mechanical precision before coming back up to the main and second stories and opening again. This happens when no one is operating it, with the exception of it happening one time when I happened to be on it myself. I'd gotten on the elevator at the start of my third week, and the button on the keypad which unlocks the elevator's ability to go to the basement suddenly illuminated green without anyone touching it. The door shut with a definitive clang, and before I knew it they were opening to reveal the complete darkness of the facility basement. I stifled a scream with my hand, and Scout started to bark and growl with an intensity I'd never heard from her before. Her hackles were raised so high that she looked twice her normal size, and she was backing toward me as if trying to shield me from something in the darkness. I hit the second-story button with desperate speed over and over until the doors finally began to shut. But just as they were closing, I saw the last thing I wanted to see. Those familiar green eyes looking at me from the shadows, and this time I could make out more of the figure they belonged to. It was tall, easily 7 feet, and covered in that same rusty red hair I'd seen years ago on the deer in Yosemite, but now it was standing upright on 2 legs that bent backward like an animal's, ending in hoofed feet that were partially hidden in the darkness. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands that were tipped with long curved claws that gleamed in the elevator light. A few nights later, a co-worker of mine, Patricia, took it upon herself to perform a cleansing ritual on the building. This seemed to absolutely enrage Hefe in a way that I'd never experienced before. Another of my co-workers, Anne, felt a burning pain during the cleansing, and when we walked past the upstairs television room, she lifted her shirt to reveal ugly red lines that looked as if someone had tried to claw at her through her uniform. The marks were deep enough to draw blood, and were arranged in a pattern that suggested 4 parallel claws had raked across her back. Anne was terrified, of course, and refused to go anywhere upstairs by herself from then on. An hour after the incident, the protection charm I wore around my neck was violently ripped off while I was pulling the door to the activities room shut. The chain snapped with a sharp crack, and the charm was hurled over the second-story balcony with such force that it shattered when it hit the floor below. I was left with a red line on the left side of my neck that looked like a rope burn, and lasted for nearly a week. For a few days after the cleansing, it seemed relatively calm, but the heavy dread still hung in the air like a toxic fog. My 5th week started with a literal bang, a tremendous crash while the lights were off, that shook the entire building and set off several car alarms in the parking lot. When that happened, the door to the activities room slammed shut so hard that it cracked the doorframe, and the attic entrance in that room opened up on its own. After hearing the massive crash of the ladder sliding down and hitting the floor, I heard running in the attic above heavy, deliberate footsteps that moved back and forth as if something was pacing. Then I heard what sounded eerily similar to my co-worker Patricia's voice coming from the entrance to the attic, saying in a monotonous, robotic tone, "You have to see this. You have to come up here." I knew it couldn't possibly be Patricia. She had driven home over an hour ago. and the facility doors are locked after 11 p.m., meaning she would have had to call me to get back in. Besides, the inflection and tone were all wrong. The voice sounded flat and emotionless, very unlike Patricia's naturally bubbly and expressive way of speaking. I shuddered as I pushed the door open, holding onto my replacement protection charm with my left hand while I groped for the switch to the activity room light with my right hand. I found the light and flicked it on to reveal the ladder down and the attic opening like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. Just as I had heard, this sight came with the sound of my then-husband's voice calling from the darkness above. "Babe, come here. I want to show you something." I knew this was not my husband, as he was at home asleep and his voice sounded wrong, like he'd been talking through a radio with a dying battery. It sounded broken and distorted, as if someone was trying to mimic his voice but didn't quite understand human speech patterns. I stepped forward to push the ladder up, and in the darkness above I saw two green eyes and a slight sheen of red surrounding them in the shape of an inhumanly tall figure. Claws became visible as a hand reached down and grasped the edge of the opening to the attic. The hand was enormous, easily twice the size of a human hand, and the claws extended several inches beyond the fingertips. The skin looked leathery and dark, covered in that same rusty red hair, and I could see veins pulsing beneath the surface as if whatever this thing was had a circulatory system that worked differently from anything natural. I backed away from there at a speed that should have been impossible, only to realize that Scout was standing at the base of the ladder with her hackles raised, growling like a rabid beast ready to attack. Her lips were pulled back to reveal all of her teeth, and she was making sounds I'd never heard from any dog before. Low, guttural noises that seemed to come from somewhere primal and ancient. As I grasped Scout's collar and pulled her back, I pushed up the ladder with as much force as I could muster and hooked the back of the attic drop-down hatch with my right foot before kicking it up to my hand and slamming that thing shut with a bang that rattled windows throughout the building. Following this confrontation, I received about 12 calls from residents who were concerned that the building was going to collapse. My partner that night, Kim, managed to sleep through the entire ordeal, somehow remaining unconscious despite the tremendous noise. To this day, she can sleep through almost anything, and despite it being a breach of policy, often does just that during our shifts. I'm currently on my 18th week at this facility. The attic has opened 3 more times since then, and I've suffered several unexplained attacks that have left me with cuts on my hands and red marks on my ankles and wrists that look like finger bruises. In the most recent attack, I was grabbed by the ankles and dragged backwards into the dark activities room after hearing the door swing open while I was waiting for the elevator. The grip was impossibly strong, and I could feel claws digging into my skin through my shoes. Naturally, Scout turned into a snarling, snapping guardian, and I managed to crawl away and call her to me before whatever had grabbed me could drag me further into the darkness. I opted to take the stairs for the rest of the night, and I've been doing so ever since. 2 nights before Thanksgiving, Patricia worked a double shift, putting her on Nuck as my partner. I'm focused on cleaning and resident care instead of sitting and scrolling through my phone or wasting time on the company computer. We'd been upstairs polishing the resident display cases and wiping down all the baseboards when I stopped in front of the activities room door. The lights were off, and the door was locked this time. But through the glass, I got a clear, unmistakable look at Heffa in his full manifestation. He was standing there looking down at me from his towering height of nearly 8 feet, covered in rusty red hair that seemed to move and shift even though there was no wind. The arms were freakishly long, ending in hands that ended in claws that just barely dragged on the ugly brown carpet. The legs were bent backward like Scout's back legs, but much more pronounced, ending in hoofed feet that were partially embedded in the floor as if his weight was too much for the building to support. I looked up from his clawed feet to see his head framed with horns similar to those of a ram's, but much larger and twisted, in a sickening shade of dark red that looked like dried blood. His green eyes were fixed on me with an expression of pure hatred and hunger that made my soul recoil. Drool began to lazily drip from the foaming mass of his mouth, falling to the floor with audible splashes that seemed much too loud for simple saliva. With a thud that shook the glass of the door and caught Patricia's attention, he dropped onto all fours, opening his mouth to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth that belonged to no earthly creature. A long, serpentine tongue unfurled from the masses of drool and teeth, extending nearly to the floor. He pressed his face against the glass and licked the door where my face was, leaving trails of condensation from his breath and saliva that steamed against the cold surface. Scout, already bristling with tension, began to let out the most hateful and guttural growls I'd ever heard from any animal. I picked her up, all 60 pounds of her, and proceeded to walk away from that room as quickly as possible without running. I told Patricia we would not be going near the activities room until dawn broke, or hell froze over. She nodded and grabbed the rest of our cleaning supplies to move on to the next wing, but not before taking one look back at the door. The look on her face told me she had seen something too, though she never spoke about it. Since this incident, I've had 2 days off due to being violently ill with symptoms that no doctor could explain or treat. I still managed to work a double on Thanksgiving, which was surprisingly uneventful and gave me hope that maybe the worst was over. But I know better now. Hofi follows me, and I don't think he will stop until I'm dead and gone. He's my own personal demon, and I still don't know what variety he is or what he ultimately wants from me. Anne and Patricia both believe he's something that has been hunting me since I was a child, possibly drawn by some quality I possess that I'm not aware of. If that's true, how do I get rid of him? And why would he follow me all this time? I'm just me, a collection of trauma, determination, and misplaced care for other people. But apparently that's enough to sustain whatever this thing is, and I'm running out of places to hide from something that seems to grow stronger every year. The only thing I know for certain is that this won't end until one of us is gone, and I'm not sure I'm strong enough to be the one left standing. But I have to try, because the alternative is too terrible to consider, and there are people I care about who could become collateral damage in this war I never asked to fight. God help me. I don't know how much longer I can keep running from something that knows exactly where I am at all times, but I'll keep fighting until I can't anymore, because that's all I know how to do. They don't tell you about the silence in the job posting. Park Service Bulletin 447B lists the requirements: wilderness first aid certification, backcountry navigation experience, search and rescue training. It mentions the isolation, Gifford Pinchot National Forest, Station 19, 47 miles from the nearest town. What it doesn't mention is how the silence presses against your eardrums like water pressure at depth. I'd been working Yellowstone for 6 years when the transfer came through. Budget cuts, they said. Restructuring. But Mitchell, who'd been running stations since the 80s, pulled me aside after the meeting. "You ever hear of David Paulides?" he asked, sliding a worn paperback across his desk. Missing 411. I'd seen it in airport bookstores. Man documents disappearances in national parks. Hundreds of them. People who vanish without a trace. "Sir, I've worked plenty of missing person cases. Not like these." He tapped the book. "Read it on your drive out. And when you get to Station 19, find the previous ranger's logs. Hendricks. Good man. Thorough. He left suddenly. The drive from Wyoming took 2 days. I read Paulides' book at a motel in Boise. Fluorescent light flickering as I turned pages about children found miles from where they disappeared. Experienced hikers who vanished on familiar trails. Bodies discovered in places already searched. The book mentioned something else too. Reports dating back to indigenous oral histories. Large bipedal figures. Unusual sounds. The smell of wet dog and rotting meat. Station 19 sat at the end of a Forest Service road that turned to gravel, then dirt, then barely a suggestion between the Douglas firs. The cabin was older than I'd expected. Logs dark with age, solar panels on a metal roof, a radio tower that looked like it hadn't been serviced in years. Inside, everything was exactly as Hendricks had left it. Coffee mug on the desk, half full. Jacket on the hook. Boots by the door. The logbook lay open to an entry dated 3 weeks ago. Day 347. 2:14 a.m. Knocking again. Same pattern as before. 3 heavy knocks. Pause. 3 more. Circled the cabin twice with spotlight. Nothing. No tracks in morning. Beginning to think, the entry stopped mid-sentence. I spent that first week getting oriented. The station covered roughly 200 square miles of old-growth forest, accessible only by a network of poorly maintained trails. My duties were standard: trail maintenance, wildlife surveys, assisting hikers, search and rescue when needed. The radio connected me to the main ranger station 60 miles south, though atmospheric conditions meant it only worked reliably for a few hours each morning. I found Hendrix's other logbooks in a supply closet, 23 volumes spanning 8 years. His early entries were routine: trail conditions, weather, wildlife sightings. But starting 3 years ago, the tone changed. Day 1095. Hiker reported wood knocking near Beacon Rock Trail. Investigated, found several trees with bark stripped at 9 to 10 foot height. Deep gouges in trunk, not consistent with bear activity. Day 1128. Another missing hiker, Jennifer Walsh, 34, experienced backpacker. Last seen on PCT near White Pass. Search terminated after 72 hours. No trace. This makes 7 in my sector. Day 1103. Can't shake the feeling of being watched. Installed trail cams at key positions. Memory cards keep disappearing. Not damaged or destroyed, removed. Cleanly. No human tracks nearby. The entries grew more erratic. Sketches in the margins, footprints far too large to be human. Stick structures found deep in the forest where no trails ran. Reports of a smell that made experienced outdoorsmen vomit. And always the knocking. I'd been at Station 19 for 2 weeks when I heard it myself. 3 in the morning. I woke not to sound, but to its absence. The sudden cessation of insects, birds, even the wind. Then it came. 3 deliberate knocks against the cabin wall. Heavy, measured. The logs groaned under the impact. I reached for my service weapon, flashlight in the other hand. The knocking came again, this time from the opposite wall. I could track its movement, north wall, east, south, completing a circuit of the cabin. Always 3 knocks. Always that same deliberate rhythm. I didn't go outside that night. I sat in the center of the cabin, weapons drawn, until dawn crept through the windows. When I finally ventured out, I found nothing. No tracks, no disturbed vegetation. The trail cameras showed only empty forest. But there was a smell. Faint, but unmistakable. Wet dog and something else. Something that made my primitive brain scream warnings I couldn't quite translate into words. I began to understand why Hendrix had left his coffee unfinished. The call came in on my 3rd week. Staticky, broken by distance and mountains, but the urgency cut through clear enough. Station 19, this is dispatch. We have a missing child. Beacon Rock Trail area. Mother reports. Static swallowed the words. Approximately 4 hours. Search and rescue mobilizing, but you're closest. Maya Chen, age 9. Red jacket, pink backpack with unicorns. Last seen gathering pine cones while her parents set up camp. They'd looked away for maybe 5 minutes. I knew the area. Beacon Rock Trail ran along a ridge 2 miles from the station. Popular with day hikers for its views. Easy terrain, well marked. No reason for a child to get lost if she stayed anywhere near the trail. The parents were where I'd expect to find them, at the exact spot their daughter had vanished. The father pacing a tight circle while the mother sat on a log, staring at nothing. They looked up at my approach with the particular combination of hope and terror I'd seen too many times. She was right here, the mother said before I could speak. Right here. I was getting the tent stakes out. Robert was clearing the fire ring. And Maya was, she gestured at a spot maybe 20 feet away. She wouldn't have wandered off. She knows better. I started with standard procedure. Grid search pattern, calling Maya's name every 30 seconds, checking obvious hiding spots. The parents had already done this, of course, but panic makes people miss things. I found her pine cones scattered near a massive Douglas fir and something else. The bark was shredded at shoulder height. Not claw marks, I'd seen plenty of those. This looked almost like something had gripped the tree hard enough to tear through the outer bark. The damage continued up the trunk to about 10 feet. Did you hear anything? I asked the parents. When Maya disappeared, the father stopped pacing. Why would we? No, nothing. It was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. I marked the tree with flagging tape and expanded my search. The trail cameras I'd installed after reading Hendrix's logs hadn't caught anything here. But I'd placed one about a quarter-mile north, worth checking. The camera was gone. Not damaged, gone. The mounting strap hung loose, edges clean like someone had used a knife. No human footprints in the soft earth beneath. I radioed dispatch, got mostly static in response. The official search team wouldn't arrive for at least 3 hours. In missing child cases, the first 6 hours were critical. After that, survival rates plummeted. I was heading back to expand the grid when I caught the smell. That same wet dog stench from the night of the knocking, but stronger, fresh. I followed it off trail, pushing through salal and ferns, and found a print. I'd like to say my mind immediately rationalized it. Bear, maybe, walking at an odd angle. Trick of the light. But I'd studied tracks for years, and this, the print was 16 inches long. Clear toe impressions, a stride length that made no sense for any animal in the Pacific Northwest. I photographed it, marked the coordinates, and kept searching. The smell grew stronger. I found more prints, all heading north toward the creek drainage. Then I heard it, a sound that wasn't quite human but wasn't quite animal either, a low rumbling call that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. Maya appeared so suddenly, I nearly shot her. She was walking out of a thicket of Devil's Club like she'd been on a casual stroll, her red jacket bright against the green. No injuries I could see, no mud on her clothes despite the marshy ground. She looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. Maya. I kept my voice calm, professional. Are you hurt? She shook her head. Where did you go, sweetheart? Your parents are worried. The hairy man, she said matter-of-factly. He said I was too small. My skin prickled. What hairy man? He picked me up, but then he put me down and pointed back. He smelled bad. She wrinkled her nose, like Chester when he needs a bath. I crouched to her level. Maya, this is important. What did he look like? She considered this. Tall, taller than Daddy, hair all over like a bear, but he walked like a person. His eyes were, she frowned, searching for words a 9-year-old would know. Sad. His eyes were sad. I returned Maya to her parents, who dissolved into the kind of relief that looks almost like grief. I told them she'd gotten turned around but found her way back. Close enough to the truth. I didn't mention her story or the prints. The official search and rescue team would arrive soon, would ask their questions, file their reports. Maya was safe, that was what mattered. But I went back after they'd gone, found the prints again, followed them to where they simply stopped. As if whatever made them had vanished into the canopy. The smell lingered for hours. That night, I read more of Hendrix's logs. Day 1, 45-5. The Kikanichak boy's story matches the others. Taken, carried some distance, then returned unharmed. Always children. Always the same description, despite no communication between witnesses. Tall, hair-covered, bipedal, intelligent eyes, almost selective. Day 1, 492. Found Skamania County Ordinance from 1969. Killing Bigfoot prohibited, classified as endangered species. $10,000 fine, 5 years imprisonment. How do you make laws protecting something that officially doesn't exist? The knocking came again that night, but this time it was followed by something new. A voice, if you could call it that. Deep, resonant, almost below the range of human hearing. It spoke no words I recognized, but the meaning was clear. A warning, or maybe a question. I sat up until dawn, Hendrix's final entry running through my mind, beginning to think they don't want to be found. Beginning to think they have reasons. Marcus Webb arrived on a Tuesday, his Toyota Tacoma loaded with enough camera equipment to stock a small studio. I was clearing deadfall from the Beacon Rock Trail when he pulled up, all eager energy and expensive gear. You the ranger? He thrust out a hand. Marcus Webb. I'm here about the Bigfoot sightings. I'd been expecting this. Maya Chen's parents had kept quiet as I'd asked. But these things had a way of spreading. A ranger returns a missing child who talks about a hairy man. Someone posts on a cryptozoology forum, and suddenly, every amateur researcher with a thermal camera comes calling. No Bigfoot sightings, I said carefully. Just wilderness and wildlife. He grinned. Right. Wildlife. Look, I'm not some crazy with a blurry photo. I'm documenting oral histories, indigenous accounts. The Cowlitz people have stories going back generations about the Stayha. I've got a grant from the University of Washington. That changed things slightly. I couldn't turn away legitimate researchers, even if their research made my job complicated. You have your permits. He produced them all in order. 3 nights, designated camping areas only, no off-trail travel without ranger accompaniment, standard stuff. I'll be setting up cameras near water sources, he said, completely non-invasive. And hey, if I catch some good wildlife footage, the Park Service can use it for educational materials. I gave him the usual warnings about bears and cougars, pointed out the approved camping spots, and figured that would be the end of it. But Webb was thorough. He checked in every morning via radio, filed detailed plans, stayed exactly where he said he'd be, professional. On his second night, that changed. The radio crackled at 2:47 a.m. Ranger station, urgent. Ranger station, please respond. Webb's voice, but different. The easy confidence replaced by something thin and stretched. This is Station 19. What's your situation? I'm at Campsite 3. Something's been circling my tent for the past hour. It's a pause. It's not a bear. I was already pulling on boots, checking my weapon. Are you secure? I'm in my tent. It hasn't tried to. Christ, you need to hear this. He held the radio open. At first, just static and the whisper of wind. Then I heard it, a rhythmic huffing sound, like breathing but deeper, more resonant, and footsteps. Bipedal, heavy, circling. Stay in your tent, I ordered. Do not engage, I'm 20 minutes out. Wait, it's... His transmission cut to static. I made it in 15. Webb's campsite was in a small clearing surrounded by old-growth forest. His tent glowed faintly from an LED lantern inside, still zipped shut. No sign of disturbance, no tracks, but the smell hit me before I'd even killed the ATV engine. Webb, I called out. Marcus Webb. This is Ranger Station 19. The tent unzipped slowly. Webb emerged looking like he'd aged a decade overnight. His hands shook as he gestured around the campsite. Look at my cameras. He'd set up 6 trail cameras in a rough perimeter. Each one was turned backward, facing away from the camp. The mounting straps were intact, but the cameras had been carefully, deliberately reversed. I heard it walking, he said, for an hour, maybe more, always just outside the light. Then the footsteps stopped, and I heard clicking. Mechanical clicking. I realized it was doing something to my cameras. I checked one of the units. The timestamp showed 2:33 a.m. The last image was of the forest, normal. Then nothing. The camera had been turned around. Did you see it? He shook his head, but I heard it leave. Bipedal, no mistaking that gait. And the smell. Pack up, I told him. You're done here. To his credit, Webb didn't argue. We loaded his gear in the dark, neither of us discussing why we kept checking the tree line. As we prepared to leave, he pulled out a different camera, a small GoPro he'd had inside his tent. I recorded the audio, he said. When it was circling, we listened on the ride back. Footsteps, yes. The deep breathing. But there was something else. Between the sounds of movement, almost inaudible unless you were listening for it, vocalizations. Not random, patterned. Like speech, but in a register that made my bones ache. Webb left that morning. He gave me a copy of the audio file and promised to send his analysis once he'd run it through some software at the university. I wasn't holding my breath, but I listened to that recording again in the safety of the station. Slowed it down, isolated the vocalizations, and I heard something that made me reach for Hendrix's journals again. In one of his final entries, he'd written about finding stick structures, branches woven together in complex patterns deep in the forest. He'd sketched them, noted their locations, but what caught my eye was a margin note. Counting system, base 20 like Mayan, found similar structures at all 7 missing person sites. Getting closer to understanding, I played Webb's audio again. The vocalizations between footsteps, count them. 20 distinct sounds, then the pattern repeated. They were counting. Whatever had circled Webb's tent had been counting the cameras, the equipment, maybe even cataloging what they'd found. That level of intelligence, of methodical behavior. I spent the next 3 days visiting Hendrix's stick structure sites. 5 of the 7 remained, though weathered. At each one, I found the same thing. Carefully selected branches woven in mathematical patterns, Fibonacci sequences, prime numbers, complex enough that they couldn't be random, simple enough that they were clearly meant to be found. Messages, markers, warnings. That night, the knocking didn't come. Instead, I woke to find a new structure outside my cabin. Fresh branches, sap still sticky, woven into a pattern I recognized from my college geometry class. A 3-dimensional representation of a tesseract. A 4-dimensional cube. Whatever was out there wasn't just intelligent, it was trying to communicate. The question was, did I want to understand what it was saying? I started mapping everything. Hendrix's notes, the missing person reports, the knocking incidents, stick structures, even Webb's encounter. I used the station's old topographical maps, pushing pins into locations, connecting them with thread like some conspiracy theorist's fever dream. The pattern emerged slowly. All incidents clustered around specific elevations between 2,800 and 3,400 feet. They followed water sources but avoided established trails. Most importantly, they formed a rough boundary, a territory. I'd been at Station 19 for 5 weeks now, and I was beginning to understand. We weren't managing this forest. We were guests, tolerated as long as we followed unspoken rules. The missing people, they'd all violated those rules somehow, strayed too far from trails, gotten too close to something. Except the children, they were always returned. My radio crackled to life one morning. Dispatch reporting another missing hiker, Thomas Abernethy, 52, experienced outdoorsman, separated from his hunting party near Cispus River. I knew the area, right in the heart of the pattern. The search team assembled at the trailhead. 2 other rangers, local search and rescue volunteers, a K9 unit. Standard grid pattern, high probability areas first. But I kept thinking about those boundaries I'd mapped. I'm going to check the old growth stands to the north, I told the search coordinator. Off trail, but it's downhill from his last known position. She frowned. That's rough terrain, dense canopy, low probability. Call it a hunch. I went alone. The forest changed as I descended into the drainage. Younger trees gave way to giants, Douglas firs and cedars that had stood for centuries. The underbrush thinned, sound dampened. Even my breathing seemed too loud. I found Abernethy's rifle first, leaning carefully against a tree like he'd just set it down. No sign of struggle. His pack was 50 yards away. Contents scattered but not ransacked. Organized, almost. Food in one pile, clothing in another, ammunition separated and accounted for. Then I found the prints. Not the 16-inch giants I'd photographed before. These were different, smaller, more human-like, but with a flexibility in the toe placement that suggested a foot structure unlike ours. Multiple sets, different sizes. A family group. The trail led deeper into the old growth. I should have called it in, waited for backup. Instead, I followed. The smell hit me first, that familiar musk, but mixed with something else. Smoke, not forest fire smoke, but controlled. Purposeful. I pushed through a screen of vine maple and stopped. Abernethy sat in a small clearing, alive but motionless. His eyes tracked my movement, pupils dilated. Around him, stick structures formed a rough circle. No, not structures. Shelters. Temporary, but crafted with an intelligence that made my breath catch. Mr. Abernethy? I kept my voice low, weapon holstered but accessible. Are you injured? His mouth moved soundlessly. I stepped closer, and he gripped my arm with surprising strength. "They showed me," he whispered. "The old ones. They showed me what's coming." "Who showed you? What's coming?" His grip tightened. "The warming. The forest dying. They've been preparing, moving higher, deeper. But there's nowhere left to go. They wanted someone to know, to understand. They're not hiding from us anymore. They're just leaving." Movement in my peripheral vision. I turned slowly, hand on my weapon, and saw nothing but forest. But the feeling of being watched pressed against me like a physical weight. "We need to go," I said. Abernethy nodded, suddenly lucid. "They let me go. Said I was too old to matter, but maybe I'd tell someone who would." He looked at me with eyes that had seen something profound. "They have children, you know. Families. Stories. They remember when the ice was here." I helped him stand. As we moved toward the trail, I heard it singing, for lack of a better word. Multiple voices and harmonies that human throats couldn't produce. Sad. Ancient. A funeral song for a world that was ending. We made it back to the search team. Abernethy stuck to a simple story. Got turned around, spent the night under a fallen log. I backed him up. The medics found him dehydrated but unharmed. Case closed. But that night he called me from the hospital. "I need to tell someone the whole thing," he said, "before I convince myself it didn't happen." I met him the next morning. Over bitter hospital coffee, he told me about waking up surrounded by them. Tall, covered in hair that was more like fine fur. Eyes that reflected light like nocturnal animals but held unmistakable intelligence. They didn't speak, not with words, but somehow he understood. They'd been here first. Long before the Cowlitz, before humans crossed the land bridge. They'd survived ice ages, volcanic eruptions, the slow march of civilization by retreating higher, deeper, into places humans couldn't follow. But climate change was different. The old growth was dying, food sources shifting, their children fewer each generation, born smaller, weaker. They wanted a witness, Abernethy said, someone to know they were real before they're gone. I thought about Maya Chen, carried but returned. The cameras turned backward, the mathematical structures, all attempts at communication with a species that had given up hiding because it had nowhere left to hide. That night, I added Abernethy's encounter to my map. The pattern was complete now. Not a territory, a refugee camp, a last stand. The knocking came just after midnight, but softer now, almost polite. I opened the door to find a new structure, but this one was different, not mathematical. A simple stack of stones, each one balanced perfectly. A cairn, a grave marker, a goodbye. Inside I found Hendrix's final logbook, the one I'd missed. His last entry was different from the one left open on his desk. This was his real goodbye. They're leaving. Showed me the paths north, old migration routes their kind have used for millennia. But there's nowhere cold enough anymore, nowhere remote enough. I've decided to document what I can. If you're reading this, you understand. The knocking isn't a threat. It's a question. Can you keep the secret? Can you buy them time? Even a few more years? I could. I would. But time for what? That was the question that kept me awake, staring at stone cairns in the darkness. The email from Marcus Webb arrived 6 weeks after his encounter. University of Washington letterhead, 3 attachments. His analysis of the audio recordings was thorough. Spectrographic breakdowns, comparison with known primate vocalizations, linguistic pattern analysis. But it was the 3rd attachment that made me close the laptop and pour 3 fingers of whiskey. He'd run the vocalizations through software designed to decode cetacean communication, whale songs, and it had found patterns. Not random, not territorial calls or mating displays, language, complex grammar structures, recursive elements, concepts that required abstract thinking. His conclusion was academic, cautious. The data suggests a level of cognitive sophistication comparable to great apes, possibly higher. Further study warranted, but his personal note at the bottom was different. Holy shit, they're people. The next morning brought an official visit. A black SUV navigating the Forest Service roads. 2 passengers in suits that screamed federal government. They found me repairing trail markers near Beacon Rock. "Ranger," the older one said. No introduction, just a knowing look. "We need to discuss your recent reports." They had badges. Department of Interior, but the kind that meant they were from somewhere more specific. We sat in my cabin, them on one side of the table, me on the other, Hendrix's journals between us like evidence. "How long have you known?" I asked. The younger agent shifted uncomfortably. The older one smiled. "Officially, we don't know anything. Officially, there's nothing to know. Unofficially," he gestured at the journals, "since 1969. Skamania County Ordinance was our test case. Make it illegal to kill something that doesn't exist, see if anyone notices the contradiction. And nobody cared. Perfect. It gave us legal framework without acknowledgement." He leaned back. "There are 413 of them left in the Pacific Northwest. We estimate they're hard to count for obvious reasons. Population declining by roughly 3% annually." The number hit like a physical weight. "You've always known," I said. "The Forest Service has managed this situation for decades. Select rangers, need-to-know basis. Usually we can run interference for 20-30 years before one figures it out. Hendrix lasted 8. You've done it in 6 weeks." He sounded almost impressed. "Why not just tell people? Protected species status, habitat preservation. You ever seen what happens when we declare critical habitat for spotted owls?" The younger agent interrupted. "Lawsuits, protests, economic impacts. Now imagine telling rural Washington that Bigfoot is real and needs half the forest. Media circus. Trophy hunters. Scientists wanting DNA samples." He shook his head. "They survived this long because people didn't believe." The older agent opened a folder. Satellite photos, migration routes marked in red. "They're moving north, have been for a decade. Canada knows they have their own management protocol. But the border's a problem. Can't exactly issue migration papers. So what do you want from me?" "Your job. Keep people on trails. Misdirect when necessary. Document encounters but file them under wildlife incidents. And if someone gets too close to the truth, like Webb, we'll handle Webb. University funding has a way of drying up. He'll chase other projects." He paused. "The children are the hardest part. They always return them. Can't help themselves. Protective instinct stronger than self-preservation." I thought of Maya Chen, the sadness she'd seen in those inhuman eyes. "They're dying out." "Yes, simple, final. We're just trying to make it dignified. They deserve that much." They left me with a secure phone number, a classification code for my reports, and the weight of species-level extinction on my shoulders. I sat in the cabin that night, listening to the forest, understanding finally why the knocking had stopped. They knew I knew. The question had been answered. 3 days later, I hiked to the deepest part of my sector, where even trails didn't reach. I found what I was looking for in a valley carved by glaciers, caves, hidden by overgrowth, marked by those mathematical structures. I didn't enter, but I sat at a respectful distance and spoke to the forest. "I know you're there. I know you understand me. Probably better than I understand you." The words felt foolish, necessary. "I'll keep them away, as long as I can. You have my word. Wind through the branches, nothing more." But when I returned the next week, I found something new. A structure made of woven branches, but incorporating items clearly scavenged from human sources. Wire, cloth, a broken mirror, art. They had made art. Inside the structure, wrapped in cedar bark, was a collection of objects. Hendrix's missing camera memory cards, a logbook I didn't recognize, older, from a ranger in the 19... Photos of children who'd gone missing and been returned, carefully preserved. They were keeping their own records, their own history, documenting their interactions with us as carefully as we documented them. I added my own contribution, printed copies of Webb's analysis, proof that someone had recognized their language, their intelligence. It disappeared within days, replaced by a stone carved with symbols I couldn't interpret. The exchange continued. I left books about climate change, human history, anything I thought might help them understand what was happening to their world. They left questions in patterns of stones and sticks, complex ideas reduced to physical form. One day, I found a structure that was clearly a map. Migration routes marked with different materials, dried berries for water sources, white stones for human settlements to avoid, bundles of fur marking where family groups had gone. They were teaching me to read their language, preparing me. For what? I didn't know yet. But I was beginning to understand that ranger stations like mine weren't just managing forest land. We were managing first contact in slow motion, a goodbye that would take generations, and someone had to witness it. I write this in my 8th month at Station 19, snow already dusting the higher elevations. The migration has begun. I see signs everywhere now, tracks leading north, structures abandoned mid-construction, territories that had been occupied for generations standing empty. The forest feels different, emptier, like a house after the movers have come. My reports to the Department of Interior have grown thin, fewer incidents, no new encounters. The suits seem relieved, nature taking its course, they say. Clean, quiet, no messy revelations or congressional hearings. But I know better. They're not just leaving, they're orchestrating their own disappearance. Last week, I found a body, deep in the restricted zone, in a grove of ancient cedars. Not human. One of them, old, from the gray in its fur and the wear on its teeth, laid out carefully, surrounded by those stone cairns they'd taught me to read. The stones told a story. Born before the mountain exploded, St. Helens, 1980. I radioed it in using the codes they'd given me. A team arrived within hours, not Forest Service. They took samples, photos, measurements, treated the body with surprising respect. One of them, a woman with silver hair and sad eyes, touched my shoulder. "First one we've recovered intact in 40 years, she said. "Usually they have. Why leave this one?" She looked at the cairns, reading the stories I was just beginning to understand. A message maybe, or a gift, proof we can preserve. Something for museums 100 years from now when we're ready to admit what we lost. They took the body, but I kept finding gifts. Tools made from materials they couldn't possibly have sourced themselves. Steel worked in ways that showed they understood metallurgy. Art that incorporated human trash into profound statements about consumption and waste. They were learning from us, evolving, adapting. Too late. The children still come sometimes. Not many. I realize now how rare births must be. They leave me drawings made with charcoal on bark. Stick figures that might be humans, might be them. No way to tell. Maybe that's the point. 2 nights ago, the knocking returned. Different this time. Rhythmic, almost musical. I opened the door to find not one of them, but a human, Hendrix. He was thin, weathered, but alive. His eyes held that same 1,000-yard stare I'd seen in Abernethy. We sat by my fire, sharing coffee that he touched but didn't drink. "I've been with them," he said simply. "Documenting. They wanted someone to record their stories from the inside. Traditional anthropology, except I'm studying a people who don't want to be found. The department thinks you're dead. Let them." He pulled out notebooks, dozens of them, wrapped in waterproof material. "Everything's here. Language, culture, history. They came across the land bridge before us. Watched the ice retreat. They have names for mountains we've renamed a dozen times. Why give these to me? Because I'm going with the last group. North, into territories even we haven't mapped. They've invited me to witness the end." He paused. "Or the beginning. They're not sure which it is themselves." He left before dawn, taking nothing but the clothes on his back. I watched him disappear into the tree line, moving with a fluidity that spoke of years traveling their paths. The notebooks are a treasure. Generational stories passed down for millennia. Descriptions of volcanic winters, floods, the first time they saw horses, then guns, then chainsaws, the slow retreat from valleys to hills to mountains, the conscious choice to remain hidden rather than fight a battle they'd already lost. And at the end, hope. Not for themselves. They're too realistic for that. But notes about adaptation, evolution, The possibility that someday, when humans are gone or changed or wise enough, something like them might emerge again. I found one last structure yesterday, larger than the others, more complex. It took me hours to understand what I was looking at. A calendar, but spanning centuries, past events marked in one material, future predictions in another. Climate change, human expansion, resource depletion, all mapped out with frightening accuracy. But there, at the very end, where their predictions stopped, green branches, fresh growth, spring. They weren't just leaving, they were planting seeds, ideas, possibilities, using their final years to ensure something would remain, even if it was just crazy park rangers with notebooks full of impossible stories. The knocking has stopped for good now. The forest is just a forest, trees and animals and trails that need maintaining. I do my job, file reports, help lost hikers, pretend I don't notice the absence that presses against me with every step. But I keep the notebooks, add my own observations, take photos of every structure, every track, every sign they left behind. Someday, when we're ready, when we've earned the right to know what we lost, the evidence will be here. Station 19 is quiet now. Just me and the mountains and the growing silence. Sometimes, though, when the wind is right and the moon is dark, I swear I can still smell them. Not the defensive musk that scared hikers. Something softer, sadder. The scent of a people saying goodbye,